All right, well, welcome to our board retreat session. If you'd like to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Well, it's wonderful that you all came out today. But the camera can't see that no one's in the back, right?
It's the biggest crowd we've ever had. Nobody's ever had bigger crowds than this.
That's right.
Although for a retreat, it is somewhat appropriate for the board to have time to discuss things. So I think
Absolutely.
we're in-
And just for the record, and we'll repeat it if necessary, if there were anyone here, the purpose of this first meeting, the next 90 minutes, is really for the board to discuss things. So there won't really be an opportunity for public comment until the next session, where there will be ample opportunity for public comment. So is there an approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. I talked with Tiffany a little bit yesterday, and there were three kind of projects that we thought we could undertake today. One is like a visioning process for 30 minutes, and then another is kind of staking out what things should be standardized across the district and what things should be individualized to schools. And then the third, really goals. What are our goals? And I'll turn the time over to Tiffany to get into more detail here. But my opinion of the first 30 minutes, Tiffany's put together kind of a visioning document. And that's something that we can either review and tweak, or decide that we don't like it at all and start fresh.
She's like, oh
You can certainly decide that, yes. So, and
Having said that, it's all yours.
thanks. It may or may not be as equal 30-minute chunks. And Jane and I were talking a little bit, we had planned for a Saturday kind of half day, and so this is a truncated version. We will definitely not get to everything that we would have got to in a half day, and that's okay. And also because we have this shortened timeline, and because school starts on school starts on Wednesday, but we have an all-staff day on Monday. And I want to be able to share some of this work with staff. I did some pre-work, but actually, to Thane's point, anything that you don't like can be modified. And so as we've been talking about this and sharing these ideas with teachers, we say, and when the board approves this and the board kind of blesses this as the vision, that's when we'll be moving forward. So everything is with the caveat that, pending your discussion, feedback and thoughts today. So I will start. We actually have some new tech in the boardroom. We can Chromecast from up here, so I don't have to stand at the back of the room to do the PowerPoint, which is quite exciting. Yes, which is being small is great because I asked for it on 8 o'clock on a Wednesday and I got it by 9 o'clock on Wednesday. So that was
Having
great.
good people.
Yes, good people and being small enough that your tech director is right there. So this is a slogan that I've been trying out. I had actually kind of a number of slogans and I was pitching them, and you'll see a little bit later the philosophy for that. This by and far was the tagline that people liked the most. They didn't actually like any of them, so I didn't bring them to you for consideration. So I've been opening our Engage to Impact meetings with this slogan, if you will, and I wanted to share it with you, and I'll stop here and see if there's any feedback, thoughts, like it, don't like it.
I love it. The heart and future of the community. It's just reminding people we're here, we are part of a big part and presence of it, and that we're the future too. I mean, I've seen a bumper sticker. You think, education is expensive. Try having a community that's not educated. That's really expensive.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, it's my mantra about public education. You know, I talk about it all the time, and frankly, you could substitute the with the word any. It's the reality. Public schools are the heart and future of any community.
I thought you meant the first.
I
one.
know,
So
that's why
I was
I'm
trying
working
to-
on it.
Any heart
I
and
don't think that
future.
makes sense.
Any heart and future of any.
But not the Ohio University.
Word salad. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I'm all I love it.
Did you say nobody liked the other one?
Yeah.
But people did like this
Yes,
one? Okay.
yes,
I
everybody
didn't
was
quite
like, oh, that's
understand.
the one. There were no other options that people.
It reminds me of a little moment from Jim and Rob's has all those old-fashioned signs, and it just shows you how different politics are. Because there's a thing in there for a district attorney, and it says, "Doing an okay job." That was his sign. It was like, "I'm okay. Reelect me." You know, now it's like the best ever. You know?
Right. And what I was trying to capture here is both, you'll see when we get to our mission work, in pitching these ideas to staff, pretty much at every single school and in the Engage to Impact and every community group I work with, one of the things that comes up over and over again is that this is a special community that feels connected. And so, and I hear over and over again that the school district is the heartbeat of that community. And so that came from, somebody said that, and I thought, oh, that makes sense. So I didn't this is just pieced together from things that people have said over time in those feedback meetings.
I can't think of anything better. Is that a rinky
Yes,
endorsement?
it's okay, that's what you're telling me.
Doing
I
an
think
okay job.
I think it speaks to what we've said in the past, right? And it is a linking phrase. I mean, I don't know that it can be improved, frankly, other than maybe community might be valley or something. But community really is more what we're talking about, right? Not just a geography, but a collection of people. So I like it, and the kids are the future. I mean, there's no denying it. So.
I think the part that I like is the emphasis on the whole child rather than just the brain by putting the heart in there,
Yeah.
which I think we do and should focus on.
Good news, you'll see more of that later on. So if we move forward with this, it sounds like there's agreement to do so, then this will become part of our branding. So on our district Facebook page, our district web page, you'll see a lot of work on rebranding. You don't have everything here in front of you today because it's an iterative process and step by step, but this is one piece of that branding process. You'll also see that we have a professional photograph there of kids.
And I was going to comment on that. I think it's very compelling because you can feel the forward motion.
You'll see that we took the chalk off of our website and we put pictures of kids. And we put pictures of kids on every website. And hopefully you've noticed in our social media that we've been using pictures of kids. And professional pictures are great if we have them. But you'll see that we're doing some investment in that work of really showing what our kids are doing and communicating that out both in words and visually to the community. So I'd like to thank Stephen Adams for this particular picture.
Where is this? I keep trying to figure
this
it out.
is
It
on-
must have been a field trip.
Yes, it's,
It's at Forest Home when they did the
Thank
Gold Rush
Oh,
days.
right. That it looks
Yeah.
familiar, and yet I couldn't.
yeah, it
quite
was gonna
get
take me a long
there.
time to pull that up.
That makes sense.
So, I am gonna go over the group norms, and I was debating whether or not to do this because it's not to be offensive in any way and to say that you need them. However, we are modeling group norms in every meeting that we have. So in the Engage to Impact meeting, we do group norms. In our PLC meetings, we do group norms. We've asked our sites to have staff norms in which they have expectations for the staff. And so I just wanted to model that the board is also not, we have norms as well. And so these are just the ones I've been using in the Engage to Impact meetings. If at some point we feel like we want to address a group of norms, I know you've had them in the past, and If we want to readdress these as a future item, we certainly can, but I just put these in here as what we've been using in the community, so staying positive, focusing on ideas and solutions. Hogs or logs is, you can tell I have an elementary degree, but hogs or logs is basically if someone is talking the entire time or if someone is not talking at all. And here on the board, you do a really good job of going around and everyone says something. But in our community meetings, we want to make sure that there's not one person who's talking the entire time and someone who doesn't say anything because they don't feel like they can do that. And so making sure that everybody has feedback. Recognizing and respecting feelings, backgrounds, cultural differences, and then staying focused on the topic of tonight's work. And you'll see tonight, I have one little slice of the world, and you're going to want to do lots more work, and we're going to say this is the slice of the world that we're working on now with preparation and future steps for how we get to the bigger picture. So, I have an hour and a half's worth of content, not 4 hours worth of content for you. So I wanted to share with you the philosophical foundations for the creation of all of these things. And I translated this from PowerPoint into Google Slides so I could Chromecast it, so I apologize for the weirdness. But it looks good on your slides. If you want to just direct your attention to your paper where it looks right. So the first, and most of these you should recognize from my interview process, because I think I talked about all of these at some point in the interview process, so they shouldn't be a surprise to you. But these are, for me, some of the components, not all of them, but that help guide this work. So the first is this idea of place-based education. And this is the official definition, and what I would say is the way that I think about it is ensuring that the values of the community are reflected in the public school. So instead of having a public school that's just the school down the street, and it's always been the school down the street, and it's just a public school, really saying our public school is the heart and future of our community, and therefore it should be reflective of what our community values and believes. One of the things that I think is really amazing about OHI is you have more of a collective belief system and kind of value system, we do, since I'm a resident here, but we have more of a collective value system than other places. It's more cohesive, and I think that's really great. And so I think our schools should be considering those in the work that we do, right? So that people say, oh, I love that school because they're doing these things that we believe in, that we practice at home, that we, talk about in our community, that we value, that our community organizations value and contribute to. And it also helps our community organizations to plug in because they're like, oh, we do that, we can help with that, right? Thoughts about that?
No. No, my only thought is I don't know how long this is going to take, and I'm just concerned about having a
Yes.
board retreat
Yes.
rather than a
Yes.
superintendent's retreat.
So,
I mean,
would you
being
like me to pause
positive.
in between?
No,
and
just let's
after?
cover it
Okay,
quickly.
got it. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
If we have
Yep.
questions, let's dive
Perfect.
deep into
Okay,
it.
so agile thinking, there's a whole bunch of pieces of agile thinking. These are the two that you will see we do frequently. We experiment and learn rapidly. So there's a lot of times where I'll say, let's try this and see what happens. And so we can get feedback right away. We
Oh, I love
can, instead of planning, never doing anything, rolling something out, having that thing we rolled out not be, any good. So you will see, even in tonight's regular board agenda, some things where we're experimenting and learning rapidly, and then delivering value continuously. And I really say this, every day and every way we get better and better. So you should see, even in our schools, if you were to visit today, dozens and dozens of little things that are improved. So every day we make some little improvement at every school. And then creative people power.
And to be positive, I think you've done a great job doing that so far. In
Thank you.
delivering on small, achievable things to get started.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I'll just throw in there, I think on the agile thinking, just because it brings to mind, and something that I think is really important is I would love to see more, especially at the sites, agile problem solving.
Yes.
There's so much
Yes.
weddedness to things that are, there's, unfortunately, some people like to say no. And instead, it would be great if people were empowered to say yes and allowed to do so, within some, reasonable range of discretion. Because it's just amazing how often you get bogged down in things that are just nonsensical.
Right.
And the default could be yes rather than no.
Yeah.
Yes, and you will see that
Trying to
is a
say,
culture shift we're working
trying
on.
to say yes is a very different thing than often happens in the school environment, where the reflexive response is no.
Yes. And I will tell you, I've had some specific conversations with staff members about that. So I hear that you say your initial bargaining position is no, and then maybe eventually you get to yes. Can we think about it differently and say yes, but let's do blah, 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 blah. So I've been working with staff who maybe have that initial inclination. And I think it's not out of not wanting to try and do things. It's actually out of a fear-based, like I'm operating out of fear of failure. And so if we can think differently about, this is an experiment, and if it doesn't work, we'll either say, we're not gonna do that anymore, or we'll tweak it and get better, but we have to try something.
And I think that needs to be a cultural norm from the top down, that we become a district that is not afraid to experiment, where the kids aren't afraid of, I feel like we're teaching fear of failure oftentimes in the way we teach, and in the testing, and in some of the competitiveness of grades that is kind of ingrained in the culture. And so I'm looking forward to risk-taking becoming a cultural norm.
Good, I'm glad. You have the right person.
To a certain extent, I mean, I totally agree with that. The nimbleness and all that I come out of, high tech from way back, and turn on a dime, the product doesn't work. Okay, we try something else, right? Biotech was a series of failures with a couple of really profitable successes, right? It only takes one. But to be nimble, right? To be that quick, your organization has to be really solid, right? Infrastructure-wise, policy-wise, procedural-wise. I'm not deeply into the bureaucratic processes of the district, but my initial impressions over the last, not initial, over the last few years, is that they're kind of legacy.
Right.
And that to support people turning on a dime or putting in a new program and tracking the results, which is really important, we need to get all of that stuff done. So
Yes.
that's one of the things on my list in terms of things that we really should be looking at. I know it's really unglamorous and practically invisible, but it makes everybody's lives better, and it makes us run better. So these little examples are exactly it, right? I mean, there's so many places for quick gains without having to turn stuff over. The parent
Square.
square. I was going to say parent trap. I knew it wasn't that. Is
You may
another-
call it that internally now.
So that's another example of
Yeah.
that. But I want us to keep an eye on that, right? Because that's the vehicle that gets us to be nimble. So anyway.
And then the last one is creative people power, and this is basically using your community, and there's a book Liz Wiseman wrote called Multipliers. It's the same kind of idea that our community and our creativity together help us solve these problems. So it's not me sitting in this chair, it's us doing this work together, and the Engage to Impact series was really founded on that kind of idea, that we go out to the community and ask them to help think about what we can do better and to be creative problem solvers.
Kathy, do you have an extra pen I can borrow?
I have one.
Never mind, thank you.
So our next, and I won't. So I shared this with the community, and I would share these are the same kind of agile principles again, working across issues, starting with and building on our assets instead of our deficiencies, because this district truly has a lot of assets. We're doing a lot of good work. None of this is like, let's build this from scratch. It's let's see what's working well and build on that and expand on that using our people. And then this fourth one is that nimble, turn on a dime, being adaptive, and responsive. So one thing that I hear kind of frequently is, well, this changes with superintendents, or, oh, we're gonna have this plan and then it's just gonna change. And I would say, yes, education should change. It should change every year. It should be adaptive to kids and new things that are happening. And so that's part of the work that we need to do. So this idea that we're gonna build something and then it's gonna change someday, instead of being afraid of that, we should embrace that and say, this is what we're doing for now, and eventually we will adapt it to whatever we need to adapt.
Right, it's not a flaw, it's a design element.
Right. But I think that's a really important piece, because sometimes people think, like, I have to build this for 100 years.
Right. And also that focus on the people, people are powerful change agents. It also, that focuses on our talks about giving teachers that sense of they do have control. They do have choices that they can make based on the children that are seated in their classroom versus, oh, well, this is the book I have to use,
Right.
and this is the chapter that I have to cover. That there's much more excitement for the teachers and for the students as they, change that focus to learning versus fact repetition or something along those lines.
Well, that's a complicated one, isn't it? Because we have a curriculum. So maybe on a ad hoc basis, you could pull out of the curriculum and go to some particular thing that just happened in the classroom. But it's overall, the teachers are expected, presumably, to follow the curriculum, right? To cover that material that has to be covered in that grade. At least
So let's
that's
see
what
if we can
that's what the
pause
state
that.
says, right?
Let's see if we can pause that, because when we get to this next piece, there's a great place to have that conversation. But absolutely, it's a polarity, right? And we have to address it, so we'll get there. So just to share with you, because we've been saying that we're gonna share the Engage to Impact results, feedback. So we had 3 of them. One was on community values, those kind of themes that come up consistently in the community, which you will see in our vision document. And the second was on academics. We showed most likely to succeed, that movie, and had a real discussion about what does learning mean and look like. And then the last one was on inclusive culture. And really what we were getting at there was the social emotional core for students. And what you'll see when we get to the vision visual is that those 3 pieces are modeled in the vision visual. And so they weren't accidental, they were designed to inform the work of the vision for you to consider tonight. So just a few notes on attendance. We had 200 people, almost exactly, but give or take 200 people come to the 3 different events. 30% attended all 3 and 50% attended 2 of them. So we had good repeat customers. So this is for anyone who attend any of them. We can talk about anything that you'd like, but I kind of broke this into thoughts, impressions from any of the events, any themes from any of the event notes that you received last night that are also available, and any ideas for the future that you may have.
One of the things that I noted that came up in the, I think it was in the first Engaged Impact, was the desire for feedback loops. That it seemed people use that terminology over and over again, and I think, for example, this is the first time the community's been asked, at least in quite a while, to give feedback on some of this stuff. But I've heard it with the students at the second Engage to Impact, that being able to give teachers feedback was important. Having teacher collaboration was important, but also having some way for students to comment on how this is working and what they're seeing. So
Do you
feedback
think that's
loops.
at all levels or mostly at the high school?
I asked that in an education Facebook group with people in Ojai, and one of the teachers in Ojai said she's done it with kids as young as 4th grade, and it's been very valuable. So I'm not an expert in that area. I don't know. I would ask teachers. Yeah.
And I think there are two things, the feedback loop, but I'm gonna pull out that piece of student voice. And one thing that hopefully you're seeing as a model is this idea of student voice. So we had 2 student panels in our Engage to Impact. One was with high school kids and one was with elementary and middle school kids. I am hoping at some point we can re-envision the board meeting and have some students at our board meetings. Either we're honoring them or they're presenting or some version of kids being here for some portion of the board meeting in addition to the student
Kevin
rep.
has asked for that before.
But I think we can do that in a way that's both time sensitive and also meaningful for the kids, and we could maybe recognize things that they do at their sites on a rotating school basis.
Could I
And,
just,
Mhm.
well, when is the election for the new?
It'll be the first week of school, well, the second week of school.
and then you'll see our proposed vision is student-centered, it's in student language. So that student voice is something that I think is critical to the work. We can't really talk about education unless we talk to students about their experiences in education, because it's been a long time since I was in school, probably the same for you. So, you know, instead of drawing on our experiences and our experiences as an outsider, truly the only person who can speak to what it's like to be in school is somebody who's, you know, to be a student is somebody who is a student. So trying to provide that those opportunities for us to give us feedback, and I love that we have the student board member, and I think that's a great start. So like I'm saying, we're building and expanding on the things that we're doing well, and I think we've got that model, and we can incorporate student voice in lots of other ways.
Well, there's a lot of ways. I mean, you know professional training, right? You don't ever do a training without asking people how they felt
Right.
about it, right?
Right.
Did they feel they learned something? To me, I can't imagine why we would tie up an academic year without asking every single student, do you think you learned something? What was your highlight of the year? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, at its most basic level, right? But I want to tack on to something that Shelley said in terms of the feedback and stuff that one of the students talked about at the event that I attended, which was the integration of effort among the teachers, right?
That teacher collaboration.
I thought that made so much sense as they were heading into the finals at the end of their high school. And it gets to be like a funnel where it just goes faster and faster and crazier at the worst possible time. But it made also a lot of sense. If we want to maximize the benefit of what they're getting, why are we making it harder? That's really that's not what we're supposed to do, right? And I don't think it's not gonna compromise any particular instructor's curriculum to stagger or juggle the due dates and stuff like that. To me, that was like a blinding insight to think, thank God for students.
The other thing I heard from students at the this last one on Sunday, the question, I don't even remember now what the question was, but, something about when do you learn best?
How can we make your school or classroom, it was probably how can we make your classroom more welcoming or inclusive?
Well, but they all specifically spoke to what should we do more of? And I think to every single student, they said, project-based learning, we want hands-on stuff,
Yeah.
we want to be doing something.
Yeah.
And they wanted the teachers to control
The
the
groups.
social aspects of that so that no student was left out. And I thought that was interesting. They
Yeah.
want that, but they also don't want to fend for themselves and not be included because they're the introvert or they're and those are my words, but.
It's also interesting to hear from our customers
Right.
what they really want from our teachers. They know that the teachers are there, but they're looking for something more than just fact transferal, right? They're looking for some level of guardianship, some level of responsibility, and it's like even they recognize that. So.
And these were elementary school kids. I thought it was pretty impressively aware of
We got smart
what
kids.
works.
Well, and it's hard to say, I'll never use this in my life if they're using it to
Right.
accomplish a project.
That's true.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, impressions, things that popped out to you from these notes? I know these notes are a little hard to wade through. They're typed exactly as we got them, and so sometimes they're complete sentences and make a lot of sense, and sometimes they needed a little bit more context, but they had one little index card. And honestly, I got better at the questions I asked for feedback from the first one to the third one. So the first one is Much harder to read.
There were a couple of other things that jumped out at me, or I had questions about.
Mhm.
Adjust bus times appropriately and use volunteers.
Wow, do we know what's going on?
Oh,
I'll look, but we all need it.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Yes, can I pass these
I
out to
just
anyone?
wondered if anybody had insight as to
I've got-
adjust bus times appropriately might mean.
This is green.
I don't know.
None of us
No.
know who, did that, but, I didn't know there were issues with bus times.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I wonder, it says pre-summer enrichment for all kids, more group and project learning, and for some reason that made me think about our summer school. And I wondered if it would make sense, instead of having summer school right after summer gets out, having it right before school starts back in session, if that could make any difference or not. Is there a reason to have it right after school gets out?
So what I
Does
would
that have to be done?
say is I have this plan to bring to you at some point in the future about having summer camps for kids.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a way to do that, that would be free of charge for us, which would be great. We could provide tons and tons of summer enrichment activities for kids, as many as we could get teachers for and kids for, and cost neutral to us. The one thing we give up on that is the ability to control the date. The date is whatever the date is that the partner organization we work with is. It's usually July 1st to July 30th, so.
But would that replace summer school? Oh, it would.
Well, we would fold our current credit recovery into that.
Oh, I
And the
see.
go-aheads into that, and then
I
we would
see.
also have camp options for kids. I
Okay.
call them career camps, but they can be whatever we want them to be. So in my last job, we had aviation camp, and we could have baking camp, and we could have robot camp, and we can have whatever camp we can find a teacher for, garden camp, whatever we can find a teacher for and pull together a meaningful experience for kids.
Okay.
So stay tuned for more plans about that potentially in the future.
I think I had seen the response for the first one, but I haven't seen the second ones, and I didn't get the email. I mean, I didn't see that I had an email. So, I would, sort of lean towards Shelley and you and Cheryl to sort of, so you were the only ones who were at all three events, to maybe say, what, if something stuck out to you about the groups. From the one I was at, I was, again, just thrilled at the level of excitement by the group. And I want that in our classrooms or for our teachers. I want our teachers to feel like, oh, it's so exciting, school's starting again, and then we've got all these great things coming, and the kids to go, yay. I mean, I know they all do the first week, my new teacher, my new classroom, but to kind of keep that going. And I think that we are already making steps, like we're talking about creating a committee for the high school in terms of electives and AP classes, and that's that sort of that engagement every day.
So
And
I
the
think-
community, ever since the fire, the community has really been talking about engaging more in the schools.
And I would say, and Kathy was at all three, I think Shelley was at all three, I was at all three, and Kathy, if you have feedback to share, one of the things that I thought was really amazing was the people who came. There were people with probably not even grandkids in school anymore. There were staff members, there were classified staff members, there were parents, and there were people whose kids were not yet in school. And what I was really heartened by was the diverse group of people who came to provide input, regardless of whether it specifically impacted them or not. And our staff were not paid to be there, and they attended because they cared. And so mostly what I got out of this series was some tidbits of things, some things we've already done. Like, okay, great, we can do that tomorrow, or we can turn that on, or we can fix that. There were a number of things that are kind of those quick deliverables. But the biggest thing for me was the community desperately wants to be engaged, they want to help, and they want to be impactful. And if we as a district can provide those opportunities in an easy and meaningful way, they will show up to do that work with us. And I thought that was great. I think I said at the beginning, I didn't know if anybody was gonna come to any of these, right? So.
Well, we all told you they weren't.
I
It's
did.
in the summertime, you're crazy,
You did
what are you
actually tell me
thinking?
that.
I think we told you that.
You
Yeah.
had close to 200 more people than I thought would
Yeah.
come.
We have
But
been proven
I
very
was gonna
wrong.
be there. And like you were saying at the beginning, people were grateful to be asked and they were grateful to be included. So for me, it helps us to think about when we're doing this work, how can we make sure that the community is part of that feedback loop? I think, live streaming and there's a bunch of things that we can do to build on that momentum and people's genuine desires to, we are the heart and people feel that and want to participate. Anything else? Yes, we're right on our 30-minute timeline.
Yeah, but we didn't accomplish the first thing.
No, this is the first thing.
Oh, I thought the first thing was our,
No, that's the
Vision.
second thing.
that's not what we discussed, but that's fine.
It ended up changing order because it made more sense that way, but yeah, we've accomplished one of three things.
Carry on.
So before we move on, let me just
Yeah.
tag on one thing.
Mhm.
All of this talk about engaging the community in summer school and all these other things. I want to go back to something that Thane and other people have been talking about, and that's the more effective use of volunteers, right? A platform for that. And it seems to me that this, again, implicates that concern, right?
Yeah.
That there is no end of people who want to help us here. I mean, it's very heartening. But it's worse if we put this opportunity out there and don't take advantage of it.
Yes.
So I just want to,
Yes.
yeah, I'm all infrastructure tonight, but that platform is what's going to get us,
Yes.
get us there however we do it.
Yes.
Sure, it's like people who filled out the PTA thing at the beginning and then they found out in January that no one ever contacted them.
Right.
Right.
So there's a
Yeah.
few things that, ways that we're doing that, and I'll just share a couple. We've talked about doing something called Community Classroom on Fridays, and I think I've shared this with you in a Friday letter. So, and Robin Munson is gonna take on that project, so she's working right now with the principals to come up with a schedule. So Community Classroom is a way where if you're interested in working directly with kids, you can come and do your interest-based class. And once a month or if you want to be at all 4 schools, you could do it every Friday, kind of depending on your schedule and what you were interested in. That's one way. And then when we get to the vision and we look at the community values, I'm proposing that we have a guiding coalition around each community value, and those are opportunities for the community members who are interested in that area, our partner organizations who are interested, to come and work with district staff to do an analysis of what we have and identify areas of growth, so kind of almost a SWOT analysis for us, and then provide us feedback about how we can work on integrating that community value in a meaningful way into the work that we're doing and expand kind of anything that we're doing well. So the idea is that each one of those areas will now have opportunities for community members to volunteer. So we have kid level opportunities, we have the bond commission has opportunities for volunteers, in fact, a need for volunteers. We're trying to create a system in which you can plug into, I want to work with the district on creating systems, I want to work on fiscal and facilities issues, I want to teach kids something I love, and kind of having multiple layers of volunteer opportunities, and then eventually building that into a robust system, but starting right now with our little small deliverables that we can get going. So the idea is not to say, great, you came to one meeting and now we're never gonna ask you for anything again. And
We
in
got it
fact,
all.
now we have your email and you will be emailed opportunities for future participation. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because the idea for the future is that this is a continuance, and we may choose to have meetings like this. And we have a successful framework now, so if we have particular issues, we can have an engage to impact event around a particular issue and email the people who've come and say, come talk to us about whatever it is that we might want feedback and thoughts around.
So on this slide, 2019, 2020 focus in parentheses, is that referring to the next slide?
Yes. Yes, okay, so, let's move on to our vision. So, Payne told me yesterday, I've never seen a vision like this before. And it's true, because we made it up. So Cheryl and I did the initial brainstorming around this, and then we shared it with the leadership team, we shared it with principals, we did a couple of revisions, and so this is there's been some thought and put into this, but it's waiting for your kind of dynamic guidance about where to go with it. So this slide about vision is just to tell you some things about it before I get to it. So it's student-centered, so you'll see that it starts with the student voice at the middle. So it's not like this one, which is what the district will do, but it's more intended to be, this is what we would like your experience to be as a student in our district. This is what we are essentially promising you as a district, and promising your family that we will do. It's designed to be iterative and to be built upon, to be revised every year, so it's not necessarily, I think we'll make graphics of it, but they'll be on paper and not on whatever wood, so that we can update it, but with the same general goals, if those are what you like. And then in parentheses on the little vision piece, 2019 focus is what's in parentheses. So the other concept here is that we have a lot of things going on, and for staff, sometimes it feels like, oh my gosh, there's all these initiatives and they're not connected. Why are we doing PLCs and restorative justice and SEL and MTSS and RTI and project-based learning, and why are we doing all these things at the same time? And so this is intended to kind of show how those things are connected and where we're going holistically, looking again at the whole child. So I sent this to a designer, and then we had late breaking revisions, and so this is not designed. This is me sticking little boxes in PowerPoint over the design. So this will someday look much better than it looks at this exact moment. So that the idea is that the center, let me find mine so that I can read it. Oh. Yeah, the center is the social emotional core of the student. So when you saw those three engage to impact, the last one was really about the social emotional core. So this is thinking about what does it feel like for our students. So it feels good to be here. So you'd see a lot of focus this year on our facilities, on making sure that our facilities are clean, making sure that our facilities are welcoming, making sure that you can tell where you're going when you walk onto a campus, that kind of thing. And the second is that people are nice to me. So when I come to school, adults are nice. They say hello, they talk to me, they engage with me. I'm, not just one of 300 kids walking around, but people actually look at me and acknowledge and engage me. So we're actually doing a customer service training with our classified staff on Monday afternoon at the all-staff day, and then we'll be working with our certificated staff on the same concepts in another way. And there's a little video that I showed around this at the last Engage to Impact, and that's also on social media if you are interested. Not to say that we don't do these things, but to make sure
Is
that
that
it's
what
a
the one with
value.
the little boy coming into the school
Yeah.
and the teacher?
Yeah. I have the tools I need to overcome difficulties. So this is where our social emotional learning curriculum is. So if I have a problem that I need solved, I have tools. So at our elementary schools, this looks like Toolbox. At our middle school, it looks like Second Step. At our high school, it's In Progress. And Thane added this one yesterday, which I appreciate. I have what I need to learn. So I have healthy food and I have access to technology. This year, that's what that means, right? In the future, it might be something different, but this year there's a focus on ensuring that students have access to technology and that students have access to healthy food for breakfast and lunch. My parents and community know how to support me. So this is a focus on communication. So this is Parent Square. This is the volunteer opportunities. This is the Guiding Coalition, and this is us communicating. If you want to support our district and our students, here are the ways and opportunities in which you can do that. So really setting that up systematically. And then when I make a mistake, I can learn from it, which is kind of the whole point of restorative justice, is if I make a mistake, I'm not penalized for the rest of my life. But when we make mistakes, which we all do, we get to learn, what was the impact on that, of that activity, and how can I make it better, and how can I restore it.
And I think that ties into that customer service in a way, that yes answer. We had a conversation with a student who was discouraged from doing both honors English and honors math as a 7th grader. So she chose one, and now she wished she had chose the other because now she can't get in it. It's like,
Right.
well, who does she, how does she, if we welcome her and say, it's okay, you made the wrong choice when you were in 7th grade, you can, in 9th grade, you can make a different choice, or 10th grade, or whatever.
Or it was the right choice in 7th, and now.
Yeah,
it's
and
the-
now,
Right.
You've changed your mind. So how do we as a district respond to that?
Well, and I think that the issue there is equity, is access is equal. Because I had a kid who did exactly that, and because I'm a loudmouth or whatever, the doors were open. It was no problem to move into math. But if you don't have a loudmouth parent, then the doors are closed. That equity is an issue.
Or a parent who doesn't know how to access the education system with the same
Absolutely.
degree that you may.
Pushiness.
Right,
Yes.
yes, exactly.
Right.
So that the parents know that the doors are open. I think
Well, I
that's
think
the
it's
issue.
also, if, so, I think there's gonna be parents who aren't ever gonna make that step. So it's opening up the school so that a counselor or a teacher would even have that conversation with the student, that the student could do it on their own. By saying to their math teacher, oh, I really wish I was in the advance. Oh, you can't be.
Right.
That teacher has to be able to know, wait, what? I wanna talk to you after class, or come talk to me, or the student to go, well, I don't like my math teacher, but I like my English teacher and I can go to her, or I like the assistant principal and I'll go to her, and, finding other ways to do it when you don't have a parent who's capable of doing it.
And I think that, that customer service, if you know the students, then it's way easier to have those conversations and be in tune with that.
Well, I think that kind of goes to the broader issue, which, from the visioning perspective, I think I've come to believe as a board member that we really have to try and exhaust every possible means of engaging our parents more. And I don't just mean by, how they get emailed or whether they're aware of things. I mean, I really think so much of the success in education is a result of what's happening at home, that I really feel like as a district, we need to try to have a bigger impact on that huge amount of time that our students are not with us.
And so part of it, Parent Square is a tool, but it's designed to give us one option for getting information out in the way that the parent chooses to receive information. So that's for me, that's part of the value of it is, if I don't read email because I don't look at my email, or I don't go on social media, and that's the only way you can communicate with me, that's problematic. It's hard for me to even if I want to engage, I don't know how because I don't have the information. So iterative process, but step one is saying, do you want a text? Do you want an email? Do you want a phone call? And you can, from that exact place, email, text, or call us right back, and we'll get that information, so that we're starting at the very beginning with that two-way communication that's possible, instead of, well, I sent you an email, or I sent you a text, or I all called you, and like, what do you do with an all call? You can't respond, you just,
listen.
it was one way, right? So, and then
I
building.
talk back to those all the time.
And then building the methods, you're right, so it's the parent engagement classes, it's the PK classes, it's the library being open, it's come to these events, it's, parent STEM night. I mean, there's a ton of ways that we can do that, and you'll see those building over time with this intention of, my parents and community know how to support me.
I would love to see that parent square used not just for notifications from schools, but for educational blasts, you know, whether it's the sending out that Ken Robinson video for parents to see, or here's an article on vaping that we're having an issue with, or whatever. I think that using it as an educational platform for parents would also be good. And as we were talking, I just had a thought of a partnership with the library, because they have homework help there, and parents often use it as after-school care. And so the kids go there, get homework help, and then the parents show up to pick them up in the afternoon hours. What if we had a shelf at the library and had educational materials that the teachers are recommending parents check out, or here's parenting books on whatever topics, and because we know parents are there.
And I think that, was it the state that was also trying to, you know, have schools initiate,
Is there a meeting?
you know, oh, if you need help with, you know, legal help or food stamps or health services, and I was like, you know, we can't take on all of that. But I think just having doors open, I mean, like Annika was, for the Myers Oaks group for a while, was very helpful in letting us know, you know, they're feeling ice pressure, or they're feeling, you know, just making, and it's not necessarily that we have all the, is that a little bit more what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
and also, I guess I was thinking of the phraseology here, the parents and the community know how to support the student. I wonder if we, as a district, should try and figure out how to support the parents.
You know, when you said that, it struck me a different way than I'd ever really thought about it before, because we often say there's a really high correlation between parent engagement and student success. We say that and then we just go on about our business. But there was something in there that you said, and I forget the words exactly, but we should be doing absolutely everything we can to engage the parents. That perhaps is our responsibility as well, in addition to the students. It doesn't end with the student.
So would it be, my parents and community, I mean, know how to support me and feel supported? Or know how to, I mean, what are you suggesting anything for the?
I'm not. It's just an idea. I mean, I guess maybe I would then decouple the community and the parents and treat them differently in the vision, and imagine the parents, you know.
My community knows how to support me, and my parents know how to find support. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't
it's-
know, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll mull that over.
Yeah, and again, this is
Astral.
iterative, so if we decide that we wanna change the language around that, and we say, you know what, we think another way, our focus this year is for them to know how to support kids, because we haven't really done that work, and if in the future we want to change it and say, not only do I know how, I am supporting myself, or whatever, we can build on that, right? I think right now, we're in step 1, and you're saying, I wanna be in step 5, right, or 10, or whatever.
No, I don't think that's right.
No, okay.
No, I'm talking about just a different and sort of immediate, like saying, you know, attempt at least to engage, like I believe that the use of the library in after hours and the provision potentially there of support for parents who have no idea how to help their students with math, for example, or, you know, just providing more of those opportunities for parents to be in the mix.
My parents are given resources to support me.
Oh, yeah. Right, that's good.
I mean, because we can't force them to.
I mean, I guess I'm wondering,
I love
like,
that.
I don't, when we say up till now, we haven't informed the parents how to support their students, I'm not really sure what we mean.
It's not that we haven't, it's to say that we're working on making that more systematic. So in every one of these areas, there are people doing a great job at this in the district. But it's to say that we are working on providing systematic communication in home language, in multiple formats, in ways where you can respond and ask questions, so that it's easier to know how to do that, right? That's kind of.
Yeah, and I agree, and I love the interactive, the ability to go in the other direction. Because I think so often parents do have questions and they just don't even know
Right.
how to penetrate the model. It's like,
Have you tried calling our
yeah,
schools?
yeah,
It's not very
yeah,
easy.
Yeah, it's true. And
the website
and which,
either, like-
and which school,
Yeah,
and
right.
do I call it the school or do I call it the
Right.
district? So yeah, I certainly agree that communication is a huge part of the our mission that can be made a lot more systematic, as you said.
So I'll move up to the next level, which is academics. So those colorful rings and the 4 kind of flower petals are academics. I'm working on moving the where the green is. It actually will say my academics are meaningful and engaging as kind of the first part of that petal, since we read left to right. So my academics are meaningful and engaging. That's where you'll see this kind of work around project-based learning this year. As a baby step, eventually getting better and better at that, but starting to talk about project-based learning, what that looks like, resources and tools for project-based learning. And then the next one is I learn the essential curriculum in each grade. So you were kind of both talking about this earlier. If we were to just teach the standards that are currently there for every kid, it would take like 23 years to get through the current standards. We cannot teach every standard, and they're not ranked. They're not, it doesn't tell us really where we should be focusing. So the idea is that we pick standards, the essential curriculum. So our 4th grade team says, at the end of 4th grade, these are the 8 math things that every kid is going to know no matter what. That's the essential curriculum. I have support. If I'm not getting those 8 things, I have support. And if I get those 8 things, I have opportunities to advance and beyond. And it's not that I'm only teaching those 8 things. It's that those are the essential things that we have agreed students will learn, right? And we do regular assessments to see how they're doing. If they're not learning it, we provide them with alternatives. If they like ACE it, we give them alternatives. So this is the work of PLCs that Cheryl's been doing. These 4 little petals are all PLC questions, so they're embedding the work that we're already doing. Anything else you want to add to that, Cheryl?
No, I think you said it well, and I think that, we use the word curriculum. The standards really are the key thing that we have to teach. We know that we can never get to all of them. As you said, it would take 23 years.
So could we stop right there? Because I got to tell you, it's slightly, and I've never heard it really put this way before by anybody in this district, that we just are not going to cover the standards. That's just not going to happen.
It doesn't mean that some kids won't cover all the standards. It means that we have to get good at identifying what the most essential standards are. And there are standards that are more important and are connected to future standards in future years that you have to make sure kids hit. And so that's the work of a PLC, is groups of teachers sitting down and saying, what are the most essential things? How are we going to know when the kids know these things? What are we going to do if they don't know them? And what are we going to do for the kids that do know them? And a lot of our kids are going to excel through those essential things and are going to move on to the wide range, covering all the standards and even going into years ahead. A 4th grader could be working on a 5th grade standard or a 6th grade standard. But we know, and we can see it in our test scores, we know that not all of our kids meet all the standards. And our job is to make sure that they at least learn the essential standards.
And I also think some of the standards are repeated in future years. So
Right,
if you just look at 5th grade history and 8th grade history and 11th
Sure.
grade history, those are repeat items, but you're learning more and you're expanding on them. But there are some things that if you don't get in 4th grade or 5th grade, you're going to struggle in 8th grade. And those are the important things to find out. If you don't remember, whether Paul Revere said 1 if by land or 2 if by land or whatever, that's not important, but you know that there was 13 colonies, you might not remember the colonies, you know, I know those are not standards, but I'm just saying,
Right.
you know, to me, I don't know, the standards are, I remember getting those packets in 5th grade,
Yeah.
and a child will
Right,
learn
right, and it's,
these things, yeah.
and what you'll notice here is, it's not us, it's not me saying, these are the essential, it's not the state saying these are the essential standards, it's not Cheryl saying these are the essential standards, it's our teachers working together through the PLC process in grade level teams to say, we agree, these are the grade level standards for us that we will focus on, that every kid will walk out of 4th grade knowing how to do fractions.
Right. And the other thing that we get confused about is that when we buy curriculum, it's not our job to cover everything that's in that curriculum. So if you buy language arts curriculum and there's all these stories in there, you don't need to get through every single story. Your job is to teach the standards. The curriculum is a vehicle to help teach those standards. And it is a teacher's job, it's part of the craft, to pick and pull from the curriculum to make sure that they're hitting the standards. And that's where the flexibility really is, to leave behind a story that you might not need to cover in the curriculum, do something that's project-based or a research activity or something like that, and then you still just make sure that you're using that new project to hit whatever standards you were trying to hit, like using text, to answer questions in an argument or an essay or something. So we have to be careful. We don't always have to cover every single bit of curriculum. Our job is to make sure we're hitting the standards.
Well, I wonder if we should change the wording, because what we're saying is I learn the essential curriculum. Don't you
Yeah.
mean we learn the essential
Standards, yep.
standards?
We could, yep, good.
My only concern with that is if a student is not going on to university, then it doesn't matter so much.
The point is, these are the
Whatever
standards
we
that matter for you, for like,
Well, what we decide is fine.
right.
If a student does want to go on to university, what's on the SAT, what's on the ACT is going to be an indicator of that student's success or failure. And we can either contribute to that success or we can contribute to that failure. Also in the state standardized tests. And and the other thing I was thinking about recently, it's not only what's on those tests now, it's what's going to be on the SAT in 10 years is what's important. Not necessarily what's on it right now for elementary school students. And on the one hand, it's fine for us to get caught up in ourselves and our community and say this is what's important to us. And that's fine for kids who aren't planning to move forward. But if they are we aligned? Are we going to help them succeed in the future? Or are we picking standards and curriculum that are great?
You don't think our community values higher education?
I'm not saying that it doesn't, but I'm saying what's specifically valued by universities may not be the same thing that we value in terms of standards and curriculum.
I would argue that if you're looking 10 years out, like you said, the president of the College Board actually wrote recently to colleges and said, you need to quit looking at the SATs so heavily as entrance. It shouldn't be this way. And so I would argue that in 10 years from now, kind of changing the way we do things is going to set our students in a better standing to get into college.
I just think people say a lot of things. I think they'll still be using SATs heavily in the future. I could be wrong.
I think what's nice about the design of the Common Core standards, which is different from before, is they're based on college and career readiness. There's a group of people that came together and said, what do students need to be successful in college and in career? And from those, that became the foundation of developing the standards. And I would say that the standards, the Common Core standards, and the test that is used to assess them at the end of the year, while it's not perfect, is much closer to real life and what you experience in college or career than we ever had before. I mean, you really could teach to the test before. You really could just cram a lot of content in a kid and they could do okay on a test previously. But now kids really have to be able to critically think. They really have to be able to read material and use that material to argue a point, and that's in the test. And so yeah, I do think that we're heading in the right direction as far as long as we stay on track with essential standards that are Common Core standards. I think our kids are really getting the essential pieces for college and career.
Well, you know, I have to say, one of the things that in my time in the community college system, the biggest problem with college readiness wasn't esoteric logic games or whatever, it was basic skills.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's why they passed a law that says you can't put kids into remedial anymore. Because so many kids needed it, they were putting everybody into
Yeah.
remedial. And what basic skills? Reading, writing, arithmetic, show up on time, you know, don't talk when other people are talking. Really not complex stuff that everybody needs to know. So, yeah, the SATs are important. I just don't think you need to teach to that. I think you need to teach to the basic skills, how to think, because if you're going to be a welder or you're going to be an executive, you need that skill. And if you're going to be a welder who goes into business for himself or herself, then you need those skills too. So I think there's a lot of match. I agree that there's a lot of kids who have different trajectories. I think there's a way to build this so that it serves both simultaneously.
I agree. I just want to make sure we do that.
I think we're being very
That's my
mindful of
only
that.
point.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the, you know, if we're gonna try to do division today?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure, the outside of the.
Yep.
hour.
So you can see at the bottom, I get help if I need it, and I have opportunities to extend my learning if I need it. So this is actually where like community classroom comes in. This is where, you know, we want to make sure that our high achieving kids have opportunities to expand their learning beyond kind of, so everyone has their needs met based according to where they are. And it may be different in different subjects. So,
Remind me what RTI and
response to intervention, and MTSS is multi-tiered system of support, which is essentially the new version of RTI. We have not yet transitioned to that fully, but, and when this is done, it hopefully won't have this education jargon in it. But again, the parentheses is like, that's the initiative where you'll see those initiatives coming up and you'll hear us saying to you RTI. And the reason we're doing it is because it fits into this bigger vision of how we support the academic learning of kids. And then the gray box is the community values. So that idea of project-based learning, of place-based learning and place-based education, ensuring that our schools are reflective of the place in which they are situated. So these are kind of the 4 community themes that have come up, that I've been piloting, that everybody seems to mostly go, oh yeah, I agree with that, some more than others. So environmental stewardship and regeneration. And so seeing that kind of in both our district practices and then finding ways in which our students are able to practice that themselves and to learn about that in multiple ways. So environmental studies classes at Mattillahan and Nordhoff, and then also you'll see in our nutrition services doing some of those pieces. So really being a value that we hold. Wellness, which is emotional wellness, physical health, creativity, which is inclusive of the arts, not only art, but art and creative problem solving, and then a culture of inclusivity. So this is where we would have those guiding coalitions from the community who would come and say, what are we doing well? What can we do better? What would we want to see? What are the specific activities around these values that we can do both for the district level and for students?
To me, the circle in the middle is cohesive from the student perspective, and the flower petals are cohesive from the student perspective. When we get to the community, it seems like there's a shift in perspective. When we were talking, when the conversation came up before about the community participation and volunteering, a couple of topics were included: the bond committee, which relates to the facilities, people coming in to share their expertise, whether it's on academic topics or other career topics. I guess from a community, I love a plan that just ties everything together. And I'm just wondering if, when we change that shift and we look out to the community, can we include the areas where the community can come and participate? Improving the facilities, maybe expand the bond committee to more than just overseeing the bond. That, yeah, let's oversee the bond, but let's also have a community committee that looks at what can we do with volunteers to enhance our facilities. A couple of these topics are fine and they require a whole lot of outreach as they are, but others, maybe they could be combined into something that allows the community to come in and help us. We talked about letting the community come in to help us. It would be great if that vision included all of those things.
And I would say the community can be involved in any of these, right? There's a bunch of organizations and people who do support in the center for us. Food for Thought, for example, you know, it's not, the community isn't only in that outside ring, they're actually involved throughout. And I would say part of why it might not feel cohesive is because I don't know what the plan is for these 4 things, right? The idea is if we say those are areas we want to include, then we go out to the community and they help us come together with a plan. The middle and the flower petals, that's what we do every day, right? I know what to do there and we are doing that work. The community values are really the area where they come to us and say, we've got this great idea. We think you should do for culture of inclusion, we think you should you should have parent resources at the library because parents use the library and that would be an inclusive practice.
Right, no, and I'm just thinking maybe the community part is more than 4 things. I mean, I know that a square has 4 sides. But, maybe Food for Thought is part of that. Maybe, some of these other groups are part of that because they are part of our vision. They're part of our community. They're part of our...
I think what we were trying to do with this when we were originally talking, back in May, was that, yes, there's 50 or 100 things that we have people that are interested in, but what are the core ones that keep coming over and over when you talk to people? These are yes, there's somebody who's interested in specifically, the pavilion at Matilla House. Those things can still happen, but are they the things that everyone in town is always talking about? And that's why those ended up here, because those are the ones. That doesn't exclude others. It's just saying these are priority vision elements.
Right, but there are categories that could be inclusive of all those things. I mean, like the pavilion, a pool, other things could come under some sort of facility setting.
Even before we get to the distillation of what those are, I go back to what you said originally, because I had the same thought. In terms of how the components relate to each other, the outside ring just isn't relating to this. There's a natural from the student to everybody else, but somehow that's not communicating. I think those 4 things are important, but from a graphics perspective, it's not really saying what's the interaction or the perspective.
So if this is a flower, what if you have...
A couple other things I want to say first. People are nice to me. Again, for one, nobody's always nice. So I don't think the measure is that people are nice. I think the measure is that people care. And because everything else is framed in the first person, I would do the same thing there. Right? I feel that people care about me, as opposed, because it's really about the eyes, right? I feel. I like the petals because they put some context, as you say, into our current projects, and give us a template to slot in future things. You might want some super petals for the community stuff.
Right.
To be a little bit more inclusive. The one thing, and I this is a gut reaction. I don't have a sense of academic rigor coming out of this. And I don't want to overly focus, right? Because we're talking whole person education. but I don't know, I'm just not getting that feeling of really encouraging and striving for academic excellence.
It's funny, we had the word rigorous in there.
We did.
Yeah,
and-
rigorous sounds hard.
Right, and
Yeah.
it was too hard, so we changed rigorous to meaningful, and I think rigorous became meaningful. If there's a word that's not rigorous but conveys the same thing, it's really intended to be in my academics are, you know.
Challenging or something.
And maybe,
I
yeah.
felt the
yeah,
same way.
maybe challenging is good.
I convinced myself that I learned the essential curriculum and each grade covered that. But
Good enough.
But
No, I
I'm
think,
okay,
uh,
I'm doing an okay
I
job.
think my academics are challenging, meaningful, and engaging are kind of the three things that we would want them to be. So I think that's a good catch of what we were trying to convey, but also not convey in the word rigorous. Yeah.
You know, another thought on the community things, I'm not sure how, of course, we want the community to help us in every possible way that they can, but I'm not sure we can handle, you know,
All that help.
more than up to a point. I think we can handle up to, and I'm just saying, maybe it's 4 things. With the petals, we could do 8, because they're, you know, 8
Well,
little
you could
sides
also
to
do
it.
little ferns coming off
Right.
the, or ivy, you know, which is the community.
Yeah,
And so that
vines
you end
coming
with
up.
more than 4.
Anyway, I don't know how many we can handle, but I realize that some of those are inherent in the things in the middle, but I think it would be good to show that the community is involved in those somehow,
And the
if that's our vision.
And the
it's
concept,
not.
if I go back, this is why I started with that foundation of place-based education, right? So it's not the only ways that the community can help us, but these are the themes, kind of like Jane was saying, these are the things that people come to us and say, I'm interested in the school teaching this, I'm interested, these are things that people say, I wanna see in my schools, right? If I'm gonna put my kid in public school instead of private school, I want these things, because these things exist in our private schools in a kind of a meaningful way. Like, I might go to a particular school because it has, you know, one of these values that we don't see as one of our reflected in a meaningful way in our schools yet, because it's probably there, but we haven't identified to say, yes, this is something in the community that you're interested in, and we also do this in our school. So I think maybe the function of it isn't to say, you know, these are areas where we want your help. It's to say, we know that in the Ojai Valley, people care about these broad
These are
categories.
our social values.
Right, these are social values. That's a good way to think about it.
So one other teeny
Yes.
thing, just,
Yes.
could we not use dashboard colors?
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
I have one other thing to add, which is
Or
just,
make them all green.
Blue is the best color.
when you talk about comparing us to private schools, I think one thing that people think wrongly sometimes about, for example, Nordoff, is that, you know, when you talk about meaningful and engaging academics, that kind of Dead Poets Society sort of sitting in a room with a bunch of intelligent English students discussing a good novel does not happen, and it does. And so the idea that everything, that a proxy for that concept is project-based learning, I don't really agree with. I think there's actually a lot of great, engaging, highly intellectual, just sort of shooting the crap that goes on in the best way at the high school, and I know Thatcher prides itself on that. The idea of these great, you know, mentors that sit and discuss history with these wonderful students, and that does happen at Nordoff, and I don't want to send the message that it doesn't. And while I think project-based learning is great in certain environments, I also think there's room for talking about Shakespeare just because,
Without creating
without creating a mobile that looks like Shakespeare.
Right.
But isn't this, the parentheses just our focus this year and what we're initiating, but it's not trying to include everything that we're.
I don't know what it, I don't know who this is for. I would worry that a potential parent who's considering bringing their kid to our school would look at that and say, oh, apparently they're all about project-based learning.
So it could be that, and this is something for us to think about, the reason those are included in there, so when staff hears we're doing project-based learning, we're doing like all the acronyms, PLCs, PBL, RTI, SEL, RJ, right? They know like, how do all of these connect together? So it's not to say the only way that academics are challenging, meaningful, and learning, it's to say, you may hear us talking about project-based learning, providing opportunities on professional development for project-based learning. And the reason we're doing that is because we have this value of our academics being challenging. It's not to say that's the only way to get to it. It's to say that's one initiative that we have to support the implementation of that pedal.
But maybe maybe those parentheses things are something more internal than.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Right. Yeah.
exactly what I was
That's a good
thinking. As a board document, maybe we just take out everything in parentheses. But when you go to staff,
Right.
you can say, how can we accomplish this? This is how we can accomplish it.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
this
part that
isn't,
changes every iteration, right?
Right.
Stuff that's in the parentheses.
right, that's right. Those are the things that next year may not look like that. But you're right, these don't even mean anything necessarily to parents anyway. So I think it's for a vision that we publish, it doesn't include those things. But when talking to staff, part of this is a roadmap of where we're going. And so they can use it as a roadmap.
But
And
it
I
does
would-
give you a template for talking to parents about what the current year's priorities are in a maybe a little bit more expansive way than just the project-based learning, which is kind of isolated, but,
Right.
I mean, we're introducing it not to the exclusion of everything else, right? So,
Right, what I was gonna say, I think it's a balance, it's not either or. And I would also argue that, if you had some classes that were more project-based, you'd be better at discussing Shakespeare, because you would have moved and done stuff, but if every single class is discussionary, it's hard to sit there that long for a student in high school.
Yeah, hopefully I didn't suggest that I was saying that project-based learning is not good. I just wanted to make
Not at
sure
the
that
cost
we
of other things.
recognize the amazing engagement
Right.
and enriching things that are going on that aren't project-based learning.
Right.
I also was gonna say, in comparing public and private schools, I think one of the things that families are looking for when they look to private school is often community. Having a built-in community that they belong to. So if we are creating belonging at our, especially elementary campuses, I think we become much more appealing, having a way for parents to meet each other and supporting that kind of work. And I also heard from families, this was new to me, what new parents bringing young kindergarten or TK kids are looking for in schools, and it was safety. They were talking about safety, and we asked specifically, what does that look like? And the answer was fenced schools, classrooms with hiding spaces, and classrooms with multiple exits, and my heart broke. But it was surprising to me to understand that, and I don't know how we reflect safety as part of our community value, that in building community, we've built safety.
Well, I mean, I don't imagine, I don't know how many people you heard that from, but when I look at our other private schools, I don't necessarily see that. And then we had Captain Frydenoff who said actually fences are very unsafe.
I would agree, I'm just saying what parents think is safe. Maybe
Yeah.
we need to do education around that. because
It
that's-
feels good to be here.
Right, that's true, that one encompasses the safety issue.
you know, though, it, to go back to our private school model, though, I mean, mean, there are things that can be learned in addition to that. And it's, you touched on it earlier, the customer service training. Because that's the other thing that parents get out of private schools is a much higher level of service and responsiveness of necessity, right? Because the parents are there by choice, and they can yank them and the money goes, and that's that. I've often said public sector schools, you know, get their funding sort of automatically. If you had to justify your funding from a zero base every year, you might find yourself working really hard. And so it just, I think if we're gonna look at private schools and trying to say what we have to offer is at least as good, if not better, service is one of those areas where we really have to get back to. It goes back to what you were saying before. You know, nobody listens after you start your answer with no. Culture of yes.
Well, I think that that iterative idea, you know, it changes. What you're looking for in kindergarten is warm and fuzzy. What you're looking for at the high school is academic rigor and, you know, other students who are college bound, and, you know, so you know, it's going to be different depending on the age of your child.
Yeah.
And what you're looking to achieve. Yeah.
So it's kind of impossible to encapsulate everything into one vision. What I'm hoping is,
That's why you're here to do it.
yeah, right. What I'm hoping is this, again, not looking at this as, well, we're setting the vision forever, we're never gonna touch it again, it's permanently etched into stone on the walls of every school. But the idea is this a sufficient starting place for me to work with staff and parents and communities and students to say, this is where we're going this year, these are the things that we want to value, this is what we're working towards to provide to every student in an OUSD school. And we can revisit these things and say in a year or less than a year, hopefully, and have that frequent feedback loop and show this to students and say, does this, you know, are you getting these things? Do you notice these things? Where can we grow? And as a starting place for our iterative design and our risk-taking and our place. Or would you like to go back to, you know, do you want us to scratch out some bullet points? And we can do that too. This is kind of where I think we might try going this year collectively, and then, you know, modify as we need to.
I feel that, you know, when you look at this is well worded, but it's very broad strokes, and this feels very, I don't know, a little bit more specific to me, so I don't know.
Well, and I would argue visually, I read this and I've looked at this and I know I've read it, but you know, how many times have I read it?
Right.
You know, it's not easily consumable. I think this is far more.
If I was an employee and I was trying to put together next year's goals, this would give me many, many points of reference, places to work and things to impact. That doesn't give me anything. So I like this.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Listen, I see all this as opportunities to raise issues. Every one of the issues raised here is completely valid. I think the tip of the spear needs to be all in for this, and you're the tip of the spear, so I'm in support.
So the changes that I heard that we can work on is, my parents are given resources to support me. Or maybe even my parents have reasons. So we struggled a little bit with the language around this about not making it like the kid has to go do things, and so we'll work on that. But something around parents having available resources to support you, changing curriculum to standards, going from people are nice to me to I feel like people care about me, and then my academics are challenging, meaningful, and engaging.
Yep.
And then rolling this out to staff on
I
Monday
kind
to
of like
parents.
the nice, you know. I mean, or kind. I mean, I think I like a pointedness to that. I mean, straight up.
Nice tells me how to
There's no reason
behave.
not to be
I
kind.
like that better too. I've taught, we're going over time already, but I went to 3 colleges, and the first one, I think my professors really cared about me. The second one, they pretended to care about me.
They were nice.
And the third one, they didn't even try. And I liked the first and the third, I didn't like the second. And so, you know, people are nice to me. I think that does give direction and it's comfort.
I like care, personally. I think that,
If they really do,
and they are nice.
then,
It's a little more abstract though. I just like, if you're gonna talk about customer service, getting more specific and saying, we expect everyone to be kind, it's a little more directed than abstractly caring about someone.
I agree.
I can work with kind as opposed to nice.
People are kind to me as a compromise. Right.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Yeah, so the good news is you don't have to do the next activity. We'll save
Until
it
our
for the-
next retreat.
Until the next time.
All
But you
right.
can look at it and think about it.
we're going
for next
to,
time.
Diagrams.
Yeah. Isn't that
stop.
exciting?
All right, we're going to end our board retreat section. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start our regular meeting at 6:05, 5 minutes late.
Not too bad.
Great.
Ian and Beth, that's all I know.
No, it's all good stuff.
Switch them around.
Speakers.
Great, thank you. Oh, this is great. Great, great, great.
Hi. More water. I should probably take this up
would like to approach this. This was a change where only the year was different. There must have been a typo in your packet on the year. I don't know if you even care to address that. That's pretty minor.
Well, we should mention it.
Yeah, we'll just mention it, but I don't think.
When that item comes
Yeah,
up.
right.
So I'll just leave that here for you to reference. There were a couple changes in the minutes
Okay,
of July 24th. That said summer, remember
Right.
the typo? The spelling of someone's name.
okay,
And Jane did change her sentence to instead, before it said, truth is, this happened. She changed it just to paraphrase,
sure.
not a full-on statement. So here's a copy for everyone.
Okay, great.
And then on this, remember this page was also here.
Okay, let's see.
Did you
I
see
don't
that?
remember
Okay.
what-
So this is the San Antonio
Okay, yeah,
description.
yeah.
And on the next page, that description was also on the Tilla
Oh,
House.
right.
Now it's just this, which has been changed online. You just don't have a correct copy in your book.
Oh, okay, well, that shouldn't, because that's, yeah.
So just don't read that when you want to change your
No,
words.
because I don't make stuff.
Very good.
Not even trying to. Thank you.
We're good then.
That clock is really fast, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, good.
I think it's 6 now. All right. Yeah, be careful what you wish for.
You think I'd have learned that by now?
All right.
us some changes to maintenance.
2 alarms, structure fire, upper L line, 1 mile.
These are the new minutes.
Quarter mile towards Santa Paula or towards what's that?
There's what?
Sirens, they rescue, no, where is it?
Now we go to the
Structure
minutes.
fire.
Oh, thank you.
We don't necessarily even need to have that. We were if they were here.
It's like summer. All right.
It's not on the agenda, so anybody else?
Oh, okay.
But I like you now.
Kathy, do you have your clicker for going through this?
I have the clicker.
Oh, okay.
In my purse.
Let's see what it's about, so,
Public comments.
Yeah, it's industrial hemp for CBD oil.
Is that what's bringing everyone?
Are we gonna do that?
It's part of our new
Have a
education.
CTE thing?
How are you?
Are you leaving? All right, we'd like to welcome everyone to the Ojai Unified School District Board meeting. If you could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any emergency additions or modifications to the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. In the minutes, there were a few changes that are noted in here. 2 typos, and then a modification to a sentence on page 4. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as modified? Or are there more comments?
I'll move.
For the 17th and the 24th, Kevin?
Yes,
both?
for both.
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. Again, our students are away for the summer. We just wish we were too. But we'll move ahead anyway.
We'll have some elections coming up for a new student representative.
Yeah, that's exciting. We'll have a whole new group of
Maybe,
students,
they are allowed
maybe.
to run again, so.
Well, or
We'll
the
definitely have a
seniors
new
are gone.
senior-
Yeah.
yes.
All right, good. We're looking forward to that. All right, so it's time for public comments. And in no particular order, I didn't play with the order. I might later.
Oh, Randy Haney said he had to go first.
Yeah, Randy Haney.
How's that?
You're up for public comment.
Oh, I didn't even hear roll call.
Oh, we don't do roll call. We're a lot more casual than,
And then I'll just go after him on the,
sure.
on the industrial hemp thing.
So you
Yeah.
actually have an
Oh,
item
if
and
you're,
a presentation?
if you're planning to talk to that item, then we
We're
can
on the
wait.
agenda, Randy.
Oh,
Why don't we wait for you
I
then?
can do that too.
I'm sorry. It's good exercise though, walking around. Sorry.
I'm wandering around the room here.
Yeah. I sometimes do that during the meetings too. All right. Jeff Kettleson.
Hello. I would like to talk about what happened in 2014 with the state legislature. They enacted LFCC priority number 3, And as a parent, I think this is just heaven, because if Andrew Cantwell and Hank Bankser had implemented it here, we would be in heaven, believe me. Because if you read LFCC priority number 3, it falls under the QSF, Quality Schools Framework. And like I say, we would be in paradise now instead of where we are. Because LFCC priority number 3 goes into depth on how Hank Bankser and Andrew Cantwell could have used parents in key management decisions in this school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
And I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. Is it Paul Ryle?
Royal.
Royal.
Yes.
I was conflicted as to whether there was an O there or not.
Sorry about that.
Welcome, Paul.
Thank you.
I'm the only speaker. I'm just going to introduce the people with me, but I'm Paul Royal, and we have lived in this area since the 70s. We live in Upper Ojai, and I'm here tonight. Well, first of all, I want to thank each and every board member for the time and the efforts and the energies that you put in. I know it's an unpaid position. You're volunteers. You do a phenomenal job, and we appreciate that. But I'm here representing Summit Charter School. I'm the vice president on that board. Over the years, I've had 6 grandkids go through Summit. They got a great education. 3 are now in university. 1 just graduated, and I've got 3 at Nordhoff. 1 a senior that went through Summit, and 2 are juniors. So all 6 did go through Summit. We want to work collaboratively with the board on the possibility of a charter school in Upper Ojai. So parents have that choice of a public neighborhood school. I think that is important. When Summit was in operation, it attracted quite a number of students from Santa Paula. There's going to be large growth in Santa Paula, and I think it's going to just overpower the existing public schools now. So we're going to get even more interest from Santa Paula pulling from there. We've had, I don't have the number in front of me, but we could probably do the research, but a number of those Santa Paula people went on to graduate from Nordhoff, and some are currently there. So there would be that gain from Santa Paula going into Nordhoff High School. We're looking at a charter TK through 8th is what we'd like to do. So I'd like to introduce our board. Nina Newlight is on the board, Faith Mulqueen, and Thea Wilcox, Kim Rivers, and we have 2 board members that are not here this evening, Teresa Zamora from Santa Paula. She has a number of students in Santa Paula that would be going to the charter school. She's also a graduate of Summit School. And Andy Gilman, who helped start up a charter school in Ventura. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. We look forward to working with each and every one of you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And Faith, did you want to speak also?
Oh, I thought I was.
You have 3 minutes.
I guess I will.
You turned in
I
a
did,
paper,
because he told
so
me that I needed to if I wanted to speak. I thought we were, our intention is to introduce ourselves, and yeah, I just wanted to say that I support the charter, and I'm an educator, environmental policy major, and going to get my master's in education, and I really look forward to creating win-win collaborative opportunities with the school board and working together to create schools and education that is really for the highest of all concerned.
Thank you. All right, Jim Bailey.
For the record, my name is Jim Bailey. I'm speaking as an individual, so I just want to say thank you to the board for your efforts. I want to say thank you to Tiffany for the 3rd in the series of engaging the community on that topic of social, emotional connection with students. I think it's hugely important. Today, I want to share about a tool that I became aware of on a visit to my daughter in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I visited a school out there that's a learner-centered school called Avalon, and the person who showed me around that day showed me a software that they utilize to allow project-based learning to occur in an effective way to allow student-generated projects for most of the year to meet standards-based requirements. And it used to be called IDEO. It's been changed recently to HeadRush. I'm not sure, is anybody on the board, you're familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in dialogue with the developer. He wants to give us a copy to experiment with, and I look forward to doing that and sharing that with you. I can say that when I was at Avalon and I was looking around at the student projects, they were phenomenal. They were everywhere around the campus, and I could see that it created a real sense of pride and co-creation of the learning environment that I know would motivate students. I like that it seemed to have an ability to drag and drop standards into projects, kind of kiosks, and as those projects were finished, those standards would fill in for the various subjects. It seemed pretty phenomenal to me, and I know if I were in a regular classroom at this point, it would be something I would be extremely excited about using, because it can address some of those needs that were brought up at the last Engage to Impact, because the anxiety issue is oftentimes because we have lack control, right? We're in a situation, somebody's telling us what we have to do, it might be too much, we might have other things that are happening, and we just can't keep up with all of it. So when we have anxiety and we have control and choice, it can lessen some of those things. And I think project-based learning would be a great way to do that, to experiment in bringing that more into OUSD schools while meeting the needs of standard-based education. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity, was
Yeah.
it a private school, public school, charter school?
It was a charter school. It was a charter school. They're a member of Education Reimagined.
Oh, okay.
And so I looked them up when I was back there, and yes, that's what they were.
Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Now, moving on to 6.1. So Randy, you want to start off? And then Bill, and then Pat Hartman.
Because you said, right, you didn't.
Good evening.
We appreciated those remarks, Randy. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I'm still waiting for roll
The
call.
buzzer went off, I'm just kidding.
So I'll be short and
No,
let and give.
you're good. Take as
No,
much time as you need.
Well, thanks for having me. I'll be short, and I'll be able to elaborate more on the issue about cannabis or hemp being grown in the valley. Just a short take on it. We were contacted 2 weeks ago on a Thursday from a large group of people on Boardman Road regarding the new hemp farm that's going to be going in. And so our response, Bill's and my response was quickly, we didn't even know that they were allowing hemp to be grown here in the county. So just I'll give you a simple fact. A year ago there were 300 acres being under cultivation, and a year later we got 3,000 acres. So I think it's a concern for the community that, one, none of us even knew about it. Two, I think it's going to be a bigger concern for the school board, the fact that a lot of your secondary schools are adjacent to large citrus groves. And right now they're speculating that the return on investment is about $30,000 an acre. So my gut says, if I can make that much on an acre of hemp, what's my return on an acre of citrus or of pixies? So I think there's going to be a transition, and wasn't sure if the school board was aware of it, because we weren't aware of it. So I'm going to end my comments on that, the fact that it's a federally regulated or a federally approved crop. It's a California approved crop. It's obviously a Ventura County approved crop. And the emphasis in Ventura County is crop production. So I have a sense that this is going to get larger before it shrinks or gets smaller. So that's a concern, and I think this whole community needs to be concerned about it.
Thank you.
I don't know you guys, but August is supposed to be a little more peaceful. So yes, 2 weeks ago we found out that the county ag commissioner has decided, as a minority of counties in the state, by the way, that the ag commissioner, without public review and without public process, would start issuing permits for, and without any regulations of any kind other than a right to grow, would start issuing permits for industrial hemp in Ventura County. And it's here. If you've driven past Piru lately, look to the right. There's a shade of green in that field that we haven't seen before. And you'll see big old signs that say industrial hemp, no trespassing, and a big old red circle and a red bar saying no THC. You know, hopefully the teenagers will understand that. But anyway, it's here. We have hundreds of acres already in cultivation. And we also, I want to juxtapose to that, is we had an experience in Santa Barbara County with Carpinteria High School. And I would have thought that the county would have recognized that before, you know, rather than just allowing an administrative silo to make public policy, would have had some sort of public process, public hearings before rolling out industrial hemp permits by right and ministerially without any regulations, without any buffer zones, without anything, apparently. And so what has happened, of course, is that Mitch McConnell sponsored legislation to get through the federal government to allow, enable industrial hemp nationwide. The state of California jumped on it right away. And the county of Ventura immediately started taking registrations according to these state regulations that just as a few months ago occurred, and is starting to issue these permits. And again, to emphasize, the majority of counties in the state of California, and there's a good, there's an article in the OC Register dated 5/14 of 19 that states very clearly that the majority of counties in the state of California do not believe, and our city attorney, by the way, we've already asked him to engage, believes that the state regulations do not preempt county land use authority. That if the county wishes to exercise that land use authority, they can do so. That's the belief of the majority of counties in the state of California and our city attorney. That is not the position of the current Board of Supervisors, and that is not the position of the Ag Commissioner, who believes this is completely within his silo. The immediate image that Randy and I came up with was San Antonio schools surrounded by industrial hemp, which in fact is the current policy position of the county of Ventura, of that being okay, of that being allowed to happen. Or odors coming in from just east of the city limits into Topo Topo School, for example. Or we have residential areas with no buffer zone whatsoever. That is the current position. All right?
Can you, sorry, I have a cold.
Yeah.
Can you expand for us, what are the issues surrounding, versus a field of corn? What happens to the area with a field of hemp? Or why is it a concern for us?
I would suggest talking to the Carpinteria High School people, if you want to know what the issue is. And the point is we do not know, although I have talked to people involved in the industrial hemp world, and they do agree there is an odor matter with industrial hemp, just like there is with cannabis in general, that includes for other products. Industrial hemp has very small fractional percentage of THC, so it's not a psychoactive product. It's for feed and animal feed and so on and so forth, fiber, but it does have odor. So the biggest issue is odor, and there are other issues going on, but I would say the biggest issue is the experience that Carpinteria High School had, which really degraded the quality of the educational experience, I think, if you talk to anybody in Carpinteria, before they kind of took some measures to get on top of that. I think that's the biggest issue. Okay.
So, Bill,
Yeah.
in terms of the county permitting and stuff, there's no discussion about any kind of an environmental review or anything?
No. The Ag Commissioner viewed it as a ministerial right to grow,
Sure.
like any other product, like any other crop, without any. Let me back up a little bit, okay? One of the issues the city has had with the county in general is not respecting something called the guidelines for orderly development, which is something adopted by LAFCO that Ventura County agrees to, that they are supposed to notify the city of changes in land use policy at the very least, and to be consistent with City of Ojai land use policies within a very narrow sphere of influence, but at least notify us in the entire valley for the area of interest. None of that occurred. No notification whatsoever. Their belief is that it's not a land use issue, apparently, the Ag Commissioner's viewpoint. And we disagree with that, and we feel that it's important. And again, to quote our city attorney, the state law and regulations do not expressly preempt the county and any city's underlying land use power, meaning the county could still choose to prohibit or regulate industrial hemp growing as part of exercising its land use powers, etc.
I wanted to
The
touch
county's
on,
position is it's like any other crop.
there is a notification process,
Of,
a small one, but it's not what we would think the notification is.
Right.
If I'm buying a house adjacent to hemp cultivation, it's up to the real estate agent to notify me. That's
Right.
the extent of it. That's the only notification.
Right.
Has nothing to do with an individual changing crop. It
Right.
just has to do with changing, that's, I think, the county's interpretation. That's not our interpretation.
right.
So,
And so just to kind of cut to the chase here, we would urge, I think, he can dissent if my, I would urge, I think
We would
Randy
urge.
agreed with, that you as a board empower your superintendent to engage what is going to be happening at the local level. I think partially, maybe solely because of our efforts. An industrial hemp working group has been convened beginning this Friday at 10 a.m. in Camarillo. We offered City Council chambers for us to have a public information session that would be live streamed and, you know, and on Channel 10 and everything for the Ojai Valley. That was not taken advantage of. The county did not wish to do that. They want us to go to Camarillo and instead. But I would urge that this board, if it felt like it's within its authority on the agenda, to empower your superintendent to engage concerns with the Industrial Hemp Working Group, to contact other school boards or school superintendents about the issue. And in fact, statewide, on the 28th is the, let's see, let me get to this in a second. The California Department of Food and Agriculture is having a review. They're empowered to implement the California Industrial Hemp Law, and they are going to be having a Industrial Hemp Advisory Board and all interested stakeholders to meet Wednesday, August 28th at 9:30 a.m. at the California Department of Food and Agriculture in Sacramento. I would think representatives of the Statewide School Board Association might want to be there, because this is a quality of life matter as far as I'm concerned. It's ironic, since, you know, to some degree I was one of the biggest proponents for regulated cannabis in the valley, for me to be raising the alarm about this, but I think the bottom line is regulation. Public process, public education, public accountability, and regulation. And what I take exception with is the county, and this I could give other examples, but the county once again kind of taking the approach of these administrative silos by default, making decisions without public process and without addressing public concerns. And so at the very least, I would hope that the school board might ask the superintendent to engage in this respect, both at the state level and the local level, to at least get the, gather information, promote public hearings, and hopefully we won't be surprised one day by having San Antonio school surrounded by industrial hemp and the resultant odors. Because Randy and I think everyone on the city council wants to do whatever we can to work with the school board to promote enrollment, to promote your staff and the faculty wanting to work here, to promote an environment to improve our public school system writ large, education in general, and somehow not having public processes about important environmental issues around the public schools doesn't seem like it really serves that end. So that's what I would urge the board to do, to let your superintendent engage on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Pat, before you come up, our superintendent has some more presentation on this, and then we'll have you talk, 'cause that's okay.
So just tell you, when Mr. Wyrick contacted me, I did a little bit of research on this, and so I'll supplement essentially what he said, which is first and foremost, we're talking about the growing of industrial hemp, not cannabis. Cannabis is not allowed commercially in Ventura County, so any crop that is industrial hemp goes through the permitting process and then is tested. If it tests for a certain amount of THC, they destroy the crop because it's cannabis and not industrial hemp. So there's no restriction from the USDA or the state of California regarding growing of industrial hemp, mostly because of Prop 64. Therefore, it's treated like any other crop. Like all of our agriculture, there's no official buffer zone between agriculture and our schools. There is this small rule about pesticide use and the spraying of pesticides between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday with advance notice, et cetera, which they utilize a lot in Oxnard, the Oxnard area. But because there's no pesticides used in the growing of industrial hemp, that doesn't apply in this particular case. So the permitting process is to go to the county. Here are the current, and I'm sorry this is very hard to use, but here are the current permitted areas within the Ojai Valley. So you can see, actually had these on a screenshotted, but that didn't work out. So there's a couple right there. If you are to click on this map, you can see it tells you who's growing it and how many acres. So this one is 6 acres. This one down here is 1.2 acres. And then
Are
there's,
those both on board?
are these what?
Both on Boardman?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Long Boardman,
Yeah.
opposite the
Right, right.
And then there's another one that is, forgive my clunky scrolling here. And I was hoping no one would ask me specific questions about where these are, because I would tell you, I don't know after living here for a month all of the nuances of where this is. But here's the other farm here. There's 3. And this one is 1.64 acres. This one is another 1.64 acres. And then there's one more little one. So,
and again, right adjacent to a residential area.
right. So these are the currently permitted areas. There's another one that's in the by Wheeler, but
By permitted, you mean intend to?
these are the registered industrial hemp production farms in the
Right.
Ojai Valley.
Right now, the county's position is all you have to do is to meet state regs, register, and you have a permit. End of
These
story.
Well-
you're talking about are already registered?
These are already here, right?
We
Or are permitted and will be here. So when I asked the ag commissioner about the notification process, and he said, well, you are welcome to attend the meeting on Friday, in which the working group meeting to discuss your concerns. So there is not an official notification process, although I assume I could call every 2 weeks and ask for this map.
Our city manager is going to attend the meeting on Friday, but more importantly, this is not going to be about can they grow it or can they not. This is going to be a political battle over where they grow it, when they grow it, and how close do they grow it to our public schools, as well as to residential neighborhoods.
And whether we can mobilize the political will at the county level to exercise the regulatory land use authority that is inherent, that they right now are not choosing to exercise.
So there were other schools and districts that have worked with the county to develop a county ordinance that have particular setbacks. One of them is 1,000 feet, one of them is a half a mile. And so there are cases of the school district working collaboratively with the county to put some.
But this here is an information item, so
Yes.
we really couldn't be directing you to do something. We
This
could
is-
say, yes, we'd like to direct you to something on the next board.
I think in
Well,
an
we
information
often
item,
direct
you
the
could go-
superintendent to do things
Yeah.
that aren't by vote.
Right,
It's just,
you're just.
like, can you go get us a report on something, or can you go to a meeting?
I do think this is a concern. It's very interesting. Right after I heard that this was gonna be on the agenda, there was a big article in the Santa Barbara paper. Because Santa Barbara County went in with both feet with eyes completely closed. And they are regretting the hell out of their decision now because neighborhoods are being skunked out. I mean, the odor is not just pervasive. I mean, everybody knows if you live in an ag area, you're gonna get a little overspray, you're gonna get a little crop aroma. Well, the smell of pixies is a lot more pleasant than the skunky smell of an acre of cannabis or hemp because they apparently smell the same. So I think, you know, along the lines of, no, we probably can't keep things out, but we probably should be able to argue for odor mediation or setbacks or locational stuff. I mean, we talk about where liquor stores are gonna go and all that kind of stuff. So when your crop encroaches, right? I mean, if you can keep your crop on your land, that's great. But if your crop is gonna encroach on everybody around you and potentially the entire valley, then that's a pretty big deal, it seems to me.
The problem though is with the setbacks, 1,000 feet isn't gonna keep an odor away, even a half a mile. If you drive through on the freeway, through Carpinteria in the evening, you know exactly where you are. It's right on the freeway. You don't have to go near, that's more than a half a mile from where they're growing it, so I'm not sure.
But none of them, as near as I can tell, what I inferred from that article, are doing any kind of odor control or filtration or anything. And, I mean, we have the technology for that. Other industries have to do that.
Why don't we let Pat
sorry.
talk
Thank
and
you.
then we'll pick up our conversation.
I appreciate that you've taken this on and are looking at it because it's a pretty serious issue for the whole valley and especially for the schools. We live on Boardman Road and we're farmers. We grow pixie tangerines. So, you know, we believe in the right to farm, but the right to farm was originally established to protect farmers from housing developments coming next to them and then complaining about farming. But we're having the opposite problem now. People who want to grow industrial hemp are coming into residential neighborhoods, which ours is, right next to the Siete Robles track, and producing a crop that is very objectionable because the smell is horrible. As you pointed out, you could smell it from the freeway in Carpinteria. Just to clarify what hemp is, this is not your grandfather's hemp that they're growing to make clothing or rope or something like this. This is industrial hemp that's been genetically engineered to have more oil, so they can produce CBD oil. That's what it's being sold for. That's why they can make up to $50,000 an acre on hemp. You can't make that on pixies, believe me. It was legalized in April of this year in the state of California, and as they so eloquently pointed out, our county supervisors have placed no restrictions on where it can be grown. Where it's been planted on Boardman Road is within, from here to there, of a house, you know, and you can imagine what that's going to do to property values. You know, when that stink is in the air, who wants to live next to a hemp grow? You know, nobody. Up in Carpinteria, that has become the poster child for what can go wrong with no restrictions. The schools there, the students they have to have this pervasive smell around them all the time. The teachers have to come in the morning, air out the classrooms so the kids can even breathe. When sports teams come to play football or something, they have to notify the sports team that they're going to have to breathe that odor. The kids are getting sick up there. That smell causes headaches, nausea, respiratory issues. It's not healthy to breathe that smell. And you can imagine kids trying to study in the middle of a big stink. And kids are transferring out of those schools. You know, the last thing we need in Ojai is kids transferring out of our schools with declining enrollment already. You know, and you know parents in Ojai, they're not going to want their kids to be sitting breathing that odor all day long. Another thing that I don't think has been well known yet in the community is, for example, we're growing pixie tangerines just down the street from this hemp grow. We are required to spray our trees for the Asian citrus psyllid, which we're in a fight to keep citrus alive in this valley. Industrial hemp cannot have any pesticides because it's ingested. So who wins that battle? You know, we're required to spray before they will pick our fruit by the Farm Bureau, and the packing houses will pack it. And what if the guy down the street who's growing it says, well, you can't spray for that because it'll affect my crop. And this has happened in Carpinteria. The avocado growers, the sprayers will not come in because they're being sued by the marijuana growers there. So there's been lawsuits flying back and forth. So picture, you're a pixie grower in Ojai. Some guy plants hemp right next to you because there's no restrictions. And then he says, you cannot spray your crop. So, you know, there's a lot of unproductive grows in Ojai already. You know, Valencia grows that aren't making any money. If that happens and those grows say, well, heck, I can make a heck of a lot more. I'll just cut my grove down and grow hemp right next to your school, right next to your house. Also, Ojai is a closed system, air-wise. Remember how the smoke from the Thomas Fire just stayed here much longer than anywhere else? We can't get rid of pollutants in the valley of Ojai very easily. So the whole valley could potentially smell like skunk, you know, like Carpinteria does right now. Like you said, you can smell it from the freeway. What's that going to do to our tourist industry? What's that going to do to our property values in this valley? The other thing that I think people aren't thinking about is that the citrus orchards in the Ojai Valley, that's our tree canopy. They're like the rainforest. You know, it attracts moisture. It oxygenates the air. If those orchards get cut down, hemp is not going to do that. It's planted for 100 days and then it's cut down. So we're going to lose our tree canopy, and the whole Ojai Valley will become much more desert-like because it won't be attracting the rain. And you know how we need rain in this valley. So anyway, I would just really encourage the school board to be proactive and petition the county supervisors to place some reasonable restrictions on where hemp can be grown, especially around schools, houses, parks. This first hemp grow on Boardman Road is right next to Soul County Park, right next to houses, you know, right next to competing agriculture. It doesn't belong there. It maybe belongs out in the Oxnard Plain where there's no houses, schools, parks nearby. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great. Any comments? Any additional comments?
Legitimate concern.
I mean, I guess I'm in favor of,
Making a statement.
yeah, and further, I mean, I like the idea of Tiffany pursuing it.
I cannot go this Friday or
Yeah.
any day that's so close to the opening of school. But after school opens, I can definitely engage around this issue. And Bill, is there a resolution that's being prepared that potentially could come back to this board for them to sign on for support?
Yes, unfortunately, we canceled a bunch of meetings in August, and so we were kind of caught flat-footed as a council, but we will be. I'll work with Kate, we'll get the city manager, myself to work with you on that.
Do we know where Supervisor Bennett is on this?
I believe Bill does.
I'm sorry, and I probably should go to the microphone and follow my own advice. But I also think it's worth considering, kind of putting the word out to other school districts and contacting at the school board level at the state.
So I've talked to other superintendents about this already.
Yeah.
And at least the ones that, like Ventura and Oxnard, where
Yeah.
this would be a problem.
So, yeah, we have not put a resolution together yet because we canceled our meetings in August. And this happened, but we will be.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's definitely a potential negative impact to students in our schools, so I think it's worth pursuing,
And we're stronger together than apart on this kind of thing.
So maybe I'll keep this on the agenda for the next meeting, and we can either receive an update or action depending on what's available at that time.
And I would like to see more than just setbacks as a solution. You know, if there's some odor mitigating, something that would actually make it less cost effective to grow hemp in the city,
Right.
that would be nice.
Exactly.
And
You
save
know,
us from the odor.
as they say in economics, make people, have to pay for their externalities, and then they'll
Right.
make better economic decisions.
Right.
And the other thing that Ms. Hartman didn't mention, she mentioned about the ecological aspect of groves. There's also a fire safety issue.
That's what I was thinking.
Irrigated citrus groves do not carry fire.
Yeah.
I have a feeling hemp might, but we don't know. That's the we don't know.
You mentioned the odor mitigating. In carpinteria, they can mitigate the odor a little bit because it's grown in greenhouses. But this is grown out in the field. You cannot mitigate that odor.
We have a joint session coming up with you, probably within the next month, if not the first or the second or third week in September. I would think that you guys might agendize something and then gather as much information from the school body as you can, because Bill and I are going to be working on what we can do within the city. And that would be a good place to exchange some ideas and exchange some more information with one another.
I got a long agenda here.
Thank you very much. And moving on to 6.2, a
Yeah,
present.
I just want to say, I mean, it's very concerning. And, based on what I know now, I'm very concerned, so.
Presentation about nutrition services.
All right. So I would like to invite Julie to come and talk to you, and Lori, is Lori here?
Lori's here.
Up there, didn't see you. And Lori Hammer from Food for Thought. They are going to present to you some information about some of the exciting changes that we have in our nutrition services department coming up this year, kind of in line with the vision that we've set around all kids having access to healthy food. Do you need help, Julie? It's not. While Julie gets that set up, we could actually, if we want, we could also, the next item, the next presentation is not very long. So
Can we
if
do
you wanted to
that?
do that and then go back to 6.2.
While you're setting that up, why don't we do 6.3, the presentation regarding San Antonio as the newly designated Title I school?
San Antonio will become our 7th school that will receive Title I funds. And it's as a result of their free and reduced lunch numbers, which were 44% of their school. So now all 7 schools are Title I schools, and so San Antonio will also operate a school-wide program, which, as you remember, I think I explained it before, school-wide program is where it's really comprehensive. It's a comprehensive strategy rather than these add-on services. And I think that comprehensive strategy is really the most effective to raise the academic achievement. So that's it. Any questions about San Antonio being added to Title I?
Just a clarifying question.
Sure.
This says the only reason that the San Antonio is a Title I is the percent of low-income students.
Correct.
That's not connected to the academic achievement or anything else.
No.
Also, Marilyn, when we say 44%, that's based on the self-identification, right?
Yes, on the
So-
free and reduced lunch
right.
forms.
So it could, I think, based on our history of not always being able to identify all of the students that would qualify for free and reduced, we can only assume it's even a higher percentage, right?
Right, and Robin did a really good job. This is based on 1819, and Robin did a really good job of individually reaching out to families to encourage them to fill out the application, and I think it really produced results.
And overall, although our schools are Title I designation, all 7 schools are Title I. In terms of our LCFF funding, there's supplemental and concentration. Concentration funding, which is an additional scoop of funding for each kid, kicks in at 55%, and we are currently at
Our district is 52% low income.
52%. So there is a great impetus for us to make sure that we've identified as many families as possible, because it's significantly fiscally better to be at 55 than to be at 5234, where we're close to that money, have basically those students and are not receiving those additional fiscal resources. So this year you will see a push for free and reduced applications, because it comes, I think it's 47 kids, I did the math somewhere, additional families that would qualify, and then we would be getting additional funds.
I have to say, there's one area where I think the district has done a really good job in the iteratively over the past 3-4 years, just every year, done better and better at identifying and getting those kids on there.
This is a nice segue for Julie, isn't it?
Yes.
Because Julie does such a nice job at back to school nights. She always has a couple of employees at back to school night, both who are bilingual, and passing out those free and reduced lunch forms. So,
Tiarza Taylor has a campaign to help us with that as well. Yeah.
okay, Julie.
Thank you. Sorry for the computer issues. Good evening. My name is Julie Chesson. I'm the Director of Nutrition Services, and I feel like I was just here presenting at the end of last school year, and I'm here again. I'll be presenting with Lori Hammer from Food for Thought. A little bit later in the presentation, I'll introduce her. But I'm here tonight to, I'm very excited to share with you all of the changes that are occurring this year. We're really envisioning nutrition services as a whole. And so I want to share with you this evening all of the wonderful things that we're doing. And how do you advance?
Is it on?
Oh. Okay. So I'll be talking about how we're doing our part in reducing our carbon footprint. We've been looking at the plate as a whole and the food that we put on the plate and how that will affect the environment. I'll also be introducing some of our plant-based options that we're incorporating in our menus this year, as well as some program enhancements that we'll be offering. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this summer I attended a presentation, a training by Friends of the Earth. They're a nonprofit organization who supports food and agriculture programs by transitioning the food systems to sustainable, healthy, and just systems. And they have a program that supports school districts, K-12, and to help us shift to more plant-forward, plant-based options, as well as sustainable and healthier foods. So during this training, it really impacted me regarding our beef and our beef purchases. And so one of the topics that they discussed was beef and how that affects our environment with the carbon dioxide that is produced from processing beef. And last year we purchased about 4,500 pounds of beef, which equals 28,000 servings. And if we were to transition from purchasing beef products to plant-based products, we would be saving 145,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. These calculations were done by Friends of the Earth, and the calculations were based off transitioning from beef to garbanzo bean products, and that's not really realistic of what we are doing. We are introducing more plant-based items, but we're also going to be incorporating poultry as well to replace the beef products. So they can then provide more accurate data at the end of the school year for us when they do a menu comparison.
Can I ask why the decision was made to go with poultry instead of plant-based?
I'm sorry?
Is that it's an iterative process, right? So
Yeah.
in other districts where they've gone entirely plant-based, it doesn't go so well for students, and so it's kind of providing additional options that still allows students to have meat-based choices, and so, but also incorporating plant-based choices. So,
Yeah.
so that in the entirely plant-based districts that go from 0 to 100, they generally lose a lot of money.
Got it.
'Cause
Well,
kids
and a
choose
lot
not
of
to eat.
those school districts tend to move from a processed product to another processed product that's plant-based, and I'm really wanting to transition to a more scratch cooking model. Yeah, so we're
So
gonna
we
have to
need
do a
our
lot
own
of
cows.
experimenting. I'm sorry?
So we need our own cows.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
But you're not, are you talking about eliminating beef or just reducing beef?
No, this next year I'm planning on eliminating beef. So if we were to replace our beef with only plant-based, we would be saving about, what does that say, 161,000 miles driven by the average passenger vehicle. And another example is the carbon emissions from 7,400 gallons of gasoline. And that's just with this one change that we're doing.
I only know anecdotally, but what kind of studies have been done, do you know, on reducing the amount of protein in children's diets?
Well, we're not reducing the amount of protein. We're replacing the protein from an animal product to a plant-based product. So it's a
right. So it's
So-
additional kinds of protein, but it's not taking away the protein.
Okay.
Can you
Because we still have to
advance?
meet federal guidelines for it.
Right.
It's not
Well,
working
there's a
now.
lot of studies that say we eat too much protein, but that's not really.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know family, relatives I've had who took children in Central America, they fed them a US diet and they were like a third taller than all their siblings. So I don't know. That's why I say I only know anecdotally.
So another way that we're reducing our carbon footprint, we're eliminating styrofoam, and these were all of the styrofoam products that we were purchasing last year. It is a phasing out process. We still have styrofoam within the district, so if you do see it, that's why. We're not purchasing any new styrofoam. It's just what we have already have in our inventory. The table on the bottom is an example of replacing a styrofoam cup with a compostable cup. And as you can see, it's the cost is an increase of 5 cents per unit. So there is an additional cost to transitioning to compostable items. And Food for Thought has helped us in the past and currently with our 5 compartment trays. They helped us to eliminate the styrofoam 5 compartment tray, and we're using a compostable tray, and they contribute $3,000 a year, and that's the difference in cost.
I don't want to just always be the naysayer, but I just read an article about Chipotle's compostable bowls. And yeah, I just want to make sure we don't have those same carcinogens in our compostable bowls and trays.
Okay, yeah.
If you can check on that.
Yes, I will check on that. What was it, Chipotle?
Yeah. I'll follow up with you, Julie.
Okay, thank you. We're also
Not that they don't, I mean, they get enough bad press, right? But
We're also eliminating the sport kit, so we'll no longer have the straw and the packaging to deal with. We're going to be replacing it with the fork, spoon, and knife and napkin dispensers. And I'm also trying to eliminate the straws on packaging, such as the juice boxes. We did remove that juice box for a la carte purchases, but the challenge that I have is providing a shelf-stable juice box that doesn't have a straw for our elementary students. So, oh, it's working. Thank you. So here's some examples of our plant-based options we're incorporating. And I just want to talk briefly about the bento boxes that we're going to be doing. So it will be a reimbursable meal. It will have 4 meal components: the protein, which is plant-based, the vegetable, the fruit, and a grain. And then students will have the option to choose whether or not they want the milk. So originally I was thinking we would have these bento boxes only at the high school and the middle school, but then Food for Thought had suggested to also bring it into the elementaries, because she said her children would love a bento box at the elementary level. So we will try them.
I've heard you mention juice, and I've heard you mention milk. Do we offer water? Not in plastic bottles?
The refilling stations.
We have the refilling stations, but if you're going through the lunch line, your options are juice or milk?
Yes, and water is not a requirement of the USDA meals program, which is interesting.
Yeah, right?
It's not a meal component.
So you'll find that in our work, in our striving to do this work, our battle is often with the USDA and some of the state and federal guidelines around what they reimburse, what's allowable, the cost of, they only provide milk, they don't provide plant-based milk options. So there's a lot of things that are areas that we're running into, saying, oh, this is, we have limited choices, not because we want to provide limited options, but because they are given to us that way.
Because we aren't as good as the milk lobby. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, I was looking into offering a soy milk option, and unfortunately, we can't. We can only provide soy milk to families who complete a medical statement for meal accommodation. So I contacted the state regarding that, and that is an area that.
Doctor's note for that. Can we all just say we
that is an area that Friends of the Earth is supporting us on. So they're talking to the state about plant-based beverages.
But also, water in the box.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
instead
not
of
water
plastic,
bottles,
yeah.
but the boxes of water, yeah.
We're also going to be making some homemade fruit and vegetable smoothies at the high school. And Food for Thought is also supporting us with purchasing a Vitamix for this addition. And I'm also looking at no blend smoothies at the elementary level, which would be, it'll be a mix of yogurt, applesauce, and orange juice. So here's a list of some meat alternative proteins that the USDA does recognize as a protein. So the ones that are bold, the legumes, lentils, and the peanut butter, I can get those at a reduced cost through the USDA foods. All the other protein alternatives, I would have to purchase at a commercial price. And then, of course, we're looking at adding additional ingredients such as quinoa and flaxseed and chia seed into our recipes. So as you can see, this transition is a little bit more costly, so we are looking at ways that we can supplement the cost of these items. And so we did increase our lunch prices by 25 cents. And we also looked at our a la carte prices. So some program enhancements, we are increasing our points of sale at both Matilaha and Nordhoff. Right now at Matilaha we have 2 points of sale, and that will increase to 4 points of sale. And we're currently in the process of hiring 2 nutrition services workers. And then at Nordhoff we're increasing from 6 points of sale to 8 points of sale. And we're currently recruiting student workers for those positions. And when talking with other school districts in the area, increasing the number of points of sale also increases sales, which again will help us supplement for the increased cost. And that's a picture of what the cart looks like. So we have a blue and a red one. And so on one cart, we can feed up to 200 students. We're also bringing in these vending machines. We contracted with Insta Healthy vending machines, and they're going to be stocking these machines with smart snack compliant items, such as granola bars, pop chips, juices, sparkling waters. And so we have one machine at both Nordhoff and Matilaha. And actually, I contacted them this evening about bringing in another machine for the staff lounge at Nordhoff. And we don't have to service these machines. The company will do it for us. We just make a commission off of them. So this is another way we can supplement as well. So now I'd like to introduce Lori, and she can further discuss our program
Can I ask
enhancements.
one more question? I know.
Oh, sure.
I'm the prude up here about food, but I'm curious about you said no blended smoothies at the
Mhm.
elementary level, and I'm curious about the yogurt, because you said juice and applesauce, and I'm just thinking of the sugar content. Is it no unsweetened yogurt? Or are we
Yeah,
really pumping the kids full of sugar?
No, it would. I am looking at added sugar as well as we're doing recipe development, and that's one of the trainings I wanted to provide to my team is about carbohydrates and simple versus complex, and so I'm definitely considering the sugar content when developing recipes.
Not usually, but go ahead.
My main concern was the vending machine that you just showed. Because I saw a lot of single-use plastic bottles in it.
Yeah.
And cans. And we're transitioning away from that. In fact, the city's even looking at reinforcing an ordinance. It hasn't been reinforced regarding that. So I would just think about that, because if you're gonna focus on reducing our carbon footprint, having a vending machine with those type of items is kind of the antithesis.
And there's not a ton of options available, but as they become available, so boxes of things instead of plastic, absolutely, that's part of the long-term stocking plan.
Can I comment, please?
Sure.
Now, when it comes to the National School Lunch Program, are you going to be hiring another nutrition worker for that line? Because that line here in Ojai is pretty infamous for not allowing a lot of the smaller children under 5 feet tall to get in there and get their lunch.
So the USDA National School Lunch Program provides meals to students who are in K-12. There is another program under the USDA called Child and Adult Care Food Program, and that's for children who are 0 through 5.
Okay, but my question is, are you going to be hiring another nutrition worker for the kids who just go up to get their regular lunch?
We just covered that in the previous slide.
Yeah, comments
Who
are
is
fine,
being-
but we need to move on with the presentation.
It's all the same. They're all in the same line.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm just gonna jump in here. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time. I have this little notebook here that says school food. It's just my little school food, and that starts, it's one of many, but it starts with February 10th, 2017, and it has like bento boxes, you know. So here it is, relentless incrementalism, which is just kind of what I seem to be going for with Food for Thought and working with the school district and little by little, and it's been wonderful to work with Julie and also attend the community engaged to impact events and see just how relentless incrementalism can get us there. As part of my job with Executive Director at Food for Thought, I am the co-chair of a steering committee for Ventura County Farm to School Collaborative. And that is a collaborative that Ojai Unified has been a part of since 2012 with Suzanne. Lou Toff, Julie's predecessor, and that organization received a USDA grant that was a planning grant about how to work together to identify local growers to create a Harvest of the Month menu and help purchase it together and get it out to our local schools. And over the next 3 years, they really identified some big goals, but again, it was a planning grant, as those things are. And then we got an implementation grant in 2015, and that ran for 2 years, and that was a CDFA grant, and we really worked on nutrition education and making some farmer videos and getting a website. Actually, we didn't quite get a website. That was next. And then those grants kind of phased out, and we got a grant from Kaiser Permanente. That's a 3-year grant. We're on the last year this year, and that was the one we built the website with. And the second part of that was nutrition specialist, training teachers to do in-class lessons around Harvest of the Month. And now we have just received a new USDA Farm to School grant, and this is really exciting. Like, this is exciting news. It's the same 7 districts who work together. So this cohort of nutrition services directors, which Julie has been a part of since she was with Oxnard Elementary, really is able to work together to create some common goals. And their common goal for this next couple years is to subcontract with the Center for Good Food Purchasing, which is, I know there's, you get into like alphabet soup and like who are all these organizations, but the Center for Good Food Purchasing works with public entities, New York City, LA Unified, LA Public Health, to help identify, first to take all their food purchasing information, and then see how it lines up with core values, such as supporting your local economy and environmental sustainability. What products are you purchasing that support environmental sustainability? How do your products line up with a valued workforce? Are the companies you are buying from paying a living wage, taking care of their workers? Animal welfare is the fourth value. Are you buying from farmers and producers and processors that are treating animals well? And the last one is nutrition. And so it will look at every district, those 7 districts, each line item for what they buy. It'll scrub all the data. It will issue a report, and then the districts together have decided that they want to increase their local procurement by 15% as a group. And what that does for a small district like us, that we are able to be kind of a part of a bigger purchasing, really scaling up purchasing by participating with joint procurement. And what it can also eventually do for us is to help identify, how many environmentally sound products are we buying? Is this a goal that we want to continue? Maybe we're at 10% now, maybe 2 years from now we want to be at 25%. Each district is going to be able to kind of set their own goals based on the information that they get, and through the Center for Good Food Purchasing, which is going to be paid for by the grant. So that's really exciting news. The woman who's the head of, who will be working with each of our districts, her name is Vanessa Zyphon, and she is a new resident to Ojai, and she has 2 young kids who will be starting our school in the next couple of years. So you might be seeing her on campuses in the next couple of years, but she's definitely going to be working closely with all of these districts. And I'm really proud to be a part of like a county community, a county collaborative, which is also benefiting our community so specifically. And were there any other? I have another slide. And then we're working again back to those Harvest of the Month campaigns. This is like a work in progress with some of our new graphics that we've been working with. This has been designed by Shannon Hull, who is the program coordinator, and she's a parent extraordinaire. And she's been working with, she can stand here. Anyway, she's been working with our team on looking at a campaign idea. And one of these we have this idea for kind of these Harvest of the Month posters, and then also featuring maybe some popular members of Ojai School District, like some of our librarians, to kind of help with some of the definitions, like hydrated, to like help spotlight like a vocabulary word or something, and what does hydrated mean, or what does your immune system, or what do we mean when we say something's good for your gut or something, what does that mean? Just kind of giving some nutrition facts while promoting our local Harvest of the Month, and also facts like when do you plant it, when do you harvest it. So we're really looking forward to rolling that out.
The goal is that we don't necessarily have to have the beef and milk campaign posters in all of our schools just because they are free to us.
I mean, we all love Michael Jordan's Got Milk, but
right.
We can update some things around here. So anyway, are there any questions before I turn it back over to Julie? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay, well, that completes the presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for all of that work.
Yes, well, thank you, Tiffany, for your support with all of this, and we really want to mirror the values and belief of the Ojai community, and I think we're moving in that direction, so.
I always love the presentations, always new and interesting stuff.
And Lori, I was on the board of Food for Thought many years ago when all this seemed impossible. So the incrementalism is right on.
Except right now it doesn't feel like increments. It's a little speedy, so.
Julie, I do have one question. You mentioned that your goal was to increase the percentage of scratch-built meals.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we now on that?
We do quite a bit. I can't give you a percentage. I would say I do have some of my team here back here. Lorraine is a chef, and we have Linda. She's the kitchen manager over at Miners Oaks. We try and do maybe like a scratch cooked item with a processed item every day. So like a hamburger with something homemade, like vegetarian chili. So I wouldn't say it's at quite 50%, maybe a little bit less than that.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it, and they're working very hard too.
And the having a central kitchen model
Mhm.
will facilitate that. So for now, we're doing the best we can, but eventually our major structural facilities changes will be designed to help implement that goal of scratch cooked food.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, they do a lot of scratch cooking at Tokai now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Thanks a lot.
Have a wonderful evening.
All right, and with that, we'll move on to Matilaha.
So while we're introducing this, I'll say, just as Julie was just here, Matilaha was just here, but there were enough questions about the transition, and the transition to middle school from junior high is on everyone's mind. So what we presented in May or June, I don't know, one of those months when I wasn't here working but was here, was we just want to make sure that we're doing a lot of work over the summer, and we want to make sure that everyone's up to speed and knows that we are ready for kids on Wednesday.
Yes. And if you think you're here a lot, imagine us.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. We've been asked a lot. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? And our response has always been, I'll get back to you in 5 days. Then I'll know if we were ready or not. So we are extremely excited about this change. As you guys all know, we have a lot of things happening, a lot of preparation, long hours right now, getting ready, a lot of teachers on our staff. It's incredible. When I was looking at the roster of the teachers, we went from 16 to like 25, something like that, new staff members. So the difference is about 10 brand new teachers that we're going to have on staff. So that is super excited because every single one of them is full of positive energy and is ready for the year to start, and they can't wait. We have obviously implemented the big change in our schedule, which is the advisory period, where we're going to be doing the second step for the SEL curriculum that we're going to be implemented this year, as well as a big shift on the way we deal with discipline. Doesn't mean that we're all of a sudden going to get rid of detentions. We're still going to have detentions there, but it's not going to be the go-to discipline. We're going to do this restorative justice approach that Carol is the master at. She can talk all about it. So we can't wait about those changes. I think it's all going to be super excited. This is the schedule. This is what it's going to look like. As you guys know, we talked about advisory. That's going to happen right at the end of fourth period, right in between fourth and lunch. It's going to be the 20-minute length period of time. And I want to tell you something, that the advisory, believe it or not, has really opened up a lot of opportunities for us. A quick example is we used to have our Pride Assembly, what we call the Pride Assembly, where we would bring the 7th graders to the auditorium and spend a period talking about expectations, and then we will bring the 8th graders next. And that happened the first week of school. Well, what we decided to do is, wait a minute, we have the advisory now. It's going to be a lot more powerful. It's going to be a lot more meaningful. Instead of talking to, 180 kids in the auditorium, to talk to a group of 20 kids. But then there's only 2 of us, right? So what we decided to do over the summer is we created some videos, and we broke down the Pride Assembly into the categories that we thought would be meaningful to the students. So we talked about bullying, right? That's one category. Talked about boundaries. That's another category. And anyways, we have 5 different categories that are going to be presented during the advisory about the expectation that we're going to have at Matilda Middle School. And yes, it's me talking. And I recorded myself over the summer, and it's very difficult because the first time I've ever done video, and my personality doesn't fall into that category, but I think I did okay. So if you guys want to check out the videos, I'm going to send them to you, but don't post them.
Aren't they on YouTube?
I got one on my channel, the one that I share with you, just so you can give some feedback.
I want to add something about advisory. When all of it played out and the classes were formed, we are very, very lucky and proud to say that there's only 20 students for a teacher in each
On average, yeah.
advisory.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think
21.
one class has 21 and all the others have 20.
And Carol and I have an advisory.
And we have one.
So that's the perfect opportunity for us to go back into the classroom setting a little bit. And we're going to be switching. She'll take the first week, I'll take the second week, and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
Wednesday schedule will still remain the same. We're not going to have the advisory on Wednesday. The advisory will be on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Javier,
Yes.
are you still doing tutorial?
We're not doing
No.
tutorial enrichment anymore, but we're doing some of the things that we did during tutorial. We're going to try to incorporate them in the advisory.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Because the idea is that the advisory is 4 days a week. The teachers are going to have a lesson to do a week once we start second step. The first week is all going to be expectations and
Javier
and
Live.
me, Javier Live, yeah, the show, the Javi show. But as starting the second week, we're going to go and dig into second step, and they're going to take 2 days to do the lesson, and they're going to have Thursday and Friday to do additional things with their kids. And that's what we're thinking about, maybe incorporating some of the things that we did with advisory during that Thursday and Friday. We're also introducing, I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but we're going to do class competitions on Fridays. Friendly competitions, all right, between classes. And during the advisory.
Oh, during advisory.
Yeah, and we're going to keep
Oh.
brackets, and we're going to post them, and it's going to be my class versus Mrs. Borcha's class, for example, on, cup stacking, for example, some kind of a competition like that to make it, to bring back that school spirit.
And have that advisory group feel like a team.
Yeah, as a matter of
that
fact, the
they're
first
sharing.
activity that I had, because on my lessons that I did, it's me talking about expectations and things like that, but I try to incorporate an activity within that lesson with an advisory. So the first activity that I have for the first day is for the class to pick a mascot. So each class is going to have their own little mascot, and that's how we're going to do the brackets, and we're going to be competing against each other.
Which is interesting when you think about when the tutorials were introduced, it was trying to bring those students who were just missing that, sort of meeting the expectations and bringing them up. But, all the research shows that engagement does the same
Engagement,
thing.
yeah, feeling
So
like
they
you
might
belong.
not have that one-on-one time with the teacher
Mhm.
specifically about a math problem, but maybe being able to engage more with a teacher kind of helps that.
Yeah, that is it. That's at the heart. That's what we're trying to do, to have that that personal connection with each one of those students. That's why we decided to really try to minimize the number of kids in the class. So I think that's going to help tremendously. So here's our map and there's a track right there, and as you guys are all probably aware already, that's sort of we're going to call the sixth grade wing, because that's where most of the sixth graders are going to be in for their core classes. Although that we speculating that they're probably going to be hanging out around that area during recess. You know, it's not going to be exclusive to them, but that's probably where most of them will hang out. The campus is an open campus, so they can hang out anywhere they want. But just because of the boundaries that are already established there and the fact that their classroom is there, they're probably going to be hanging out all around that area. Okay. There's our newly developed logo for Matulaha Middle School. Okay. I was trying to convince Tiffany to put a picture of Carol and I right in the front of it, but that didn't go too far. That's a new logo. I love it. It's you know, it's just super exciting. You know, new school. It's a historic moment for the staff, and that's really how I'm gonna open up my first staff meeting. You know, I've kept some documentation about Matulaha and the history of the Ojai Unified, and I'm gonna put this date up there. I mean, there's one more benchmark. You know, the fact that Matulaha Junior High is now becoming a middle school. We're on Wednesday. The idea is that it's gonna be a huge party. You guys are invited to
You mean
Matulaha.
Friday? Oh, yeah,
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
We start schooling
We
Wednesday.
want you guys. Please come.
You're more than welcome. You know, we have T-shirts, Matulaha Middle School T-shirts. We're going to encourage our staff to wear it on Wednesday morning, be out there welcoming the kids. During lunch, we're going to have...
You guys want a T-shirt?
Yes.
All right.
What time is the party?
We're going to have it at lunch, 11:45. 11:45 is on a Wednesday. And
Right.
we're going to have a DJ playing music. We're going to have a couple of tables out there encouraging kids to sign up for sports. Also encouraging kids to sign up for a club.
Wednesday, the first day of
21st.
school.
First day of school.
Next slide, Javier, that talks about the first day of school.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah. So the
This is
orientation is going to be on
this is
Friday. You
Friday.
guys are also invited this Friday. We're going to have our orientation for incoming 7 and incoming 6 grade families, as well as that's the day where they get to pick up their schedule. So everybody's super excited and they can't wait to see who they got. And we're also going to be offering, for the first time since I've been there, we're going to make it again a festivity. We're going to be offering food. So we have Don Lalo's coming over to serve tacos, and then we're going to have tamales as well. And our wonderful PTO is overseeing that, and they're very motivated. We have an amazing PTO. We're very motivated, and they want to be part of this historic moment. So we're super excited, and we're trying to get as many families as we can possibly have. Also, there's
First day of
the
school.
first day of school, so DJ, and what we're thinking about doing is, since it's the first do this during the first 3 days, so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, is to allow our 6th grade class and our 7th grade class to take recess maybe a few minutes earlier. That way, you know, so hopefully it'll lower their anxiety level. They're waiting for the bell to ring and they don't know what's going to happen, right? 8th graders are out there, 7th graders are out there, 6th graders are out there. So I think what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to have them go out a few minutes earlier to lunch, so they can go ahead and line up in the lunch line. And same thing with the 7th grade class.
Yep.
So that'll be the first time we've ever done something like that. And I think that's just going to help them out, at least with their anxiety level.
The
We
8th
are-
graders don't feel so great.
Yeah, we talked about that. So
I
yeah,
thought so.
we're going to get some
Please.
complaints from the 8th graders for
Please.
sure.
They're like, all the tables are gonna be gone.
Yeah. Additional supervision we're going to have during snack and recess, especially the first couple of weeks. We're going to try to get an extra body out there to help us out with this. Supervision is going to be crucial, it's going to be critical, and we're going to make sure that we reemphasize to our supervisors the importance of making sure that they're out there connecting with kids. And again,
Who's
DJ
gonna
out there.
who does the supervision?
Well, typically, we have teachers that we know are going to come back this year. They're going to do it. We're working with Barbie right now to find out who else can do it. But on our first day on Monday, we'll ask if anybody wants to go ahead and sign up for supervision. And typically, we haven't had an issue filling those roles out. So right now, like for example, right now it'll be Carol and I, obviously, and then we have Mr. Topping coming back, so he's
And
probably going to do
Mrs.
it.
Holden now.
And then we have Ms. Holden now, up in the office, 20%
Our
as a
counselor.
counselor.
She'll be
And
doing
then,
supervision.
and then we also have Chantal coming back and Taylor. So right off the bat, we have like 6 people to do supervision.
Because I will, as a school board member, I know we promised that there would be extra supervision. So I
Mhm.
want to
Yeah.
make sure we're going to hold that up.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're gonna be there, aren't you?
Right? I have you sign
So
up.
we're counting on
I have you
you.
sign up for the 2 o'clock shift, Kevin.
I've got a golf cart and a security guard outfit.
Whistle.
So some of the additional programs that this change has brought up is the electives. As you know, we just have a huge array of electives now. Aerospace seems to be one of the most popular ones.
And coding.
And coding, aerospace and coding. But you can see the variety of our offerings is humongous. It's big. It's more than I ever thought we were going to be able to ever offer in Matilha. And remember, we're switching our sixth graders with PE. They're going to alternate on a weekly basis, so that allowed us to offer yet one more additional elective for them.
Javier?
Yes.
That CTE pathway, the CTE pathway, healthcare and video production, is that combined or are those two separate?
No, it's combined. Amber Monares is the one that's doing it.
She'll do a half a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
They're
year
not at the
long.
same time.
Oh,
She's,
right.
she's,
Okay.
they're combined as in, she is the same teacher.
The same
but-
teacher,
Right.
but not the same
Yeah.
time.
I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
they-
No, it's
Right.
not taking videos
They
of
videotape
healthcare
while they're doing
procedures.
CPR. There it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we skip that one? Can we go back to that? Sorry. Oh, you're here. I know you were here. Sorry. My bad. My bad. A lot of construction is going on. You can see it from the avenue. You can see it from El Paseo. It's great. Our facilities are going to look amazing. We're backed up a little bit on the gym project, the locker room actually, the locker room specifically, but it's okay because we already established a system in place before school ended as far as getting kids dressed up and getting kids ready for PE, using the gym and using the fitness center. So even though the locker room is going to take longer than we expected, it's still going to be functional. We're going to be able to function there with that. It's scheduled to finish sometime in October, and then the cafeteria is going to be huge, and hopefully everything gets approved and everything gets going the way it's supposed to go. And that could potentially start as early as this year. That's in the plan as early as November, and I'm scared and excited at the same time because that cafeteria is going to be huge. It's going to be huge because that's sort of our central place during recess. But
And just to be clear, that project
Julie-
is what, a 280-day project, something like that? So there's no way to just do that in the summer.
Mhm.
It will have to cross school years. And so, given the nutrition services that we just heard about, the positive impact to our programs, we decided to if it's going to cross school years, we might as well do it sooner rather than later.
So what is there hopefully an institutional way that we're making sure that the construction sites are completely cordoned off, that people,
Yeah.
are, you know.
That's why we have our
We devote
two
human
friends here doing
beings
that.
to standing in the road with a stop sign. Hopefully we're gonna have something like that.
Yeah.
Areas are fenced primarily.
Yeah, I just did a sidewalk, I don't know, sometime this week.
Mhm.
And we walked around and looked at the fencing and we're looking at that stuff.
yeah, something that we're going to have to look at very closely.
Yeah, I mean, I would think maybe at recesses and breaks when kids are milling
Yeah.
around that you'd wanna have some human being saying like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We talked about
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Javier, when I was in middle school, they were enclosing the center of an outdoor campus, and we had to walk around the buildings, and this was in the snow of Missouri, so it's not gonna be
So it's not like that bad, right?
look how Jane came out.
I know. Yeah. She's okay.
I survived.
I believe that's it. And well, you guys are welcome to join us on Friday afternoon or Wednesday, first day of school, to be part of the team.
Well, I'll actually say we just did our site walk. We're on every site. We're doing a, to ensure that the frontage of the schools is as great as it can possibly be for the return of students. And so we are having some stenciling about where the office is painted. We're moving some we're doing a few
Nice-
things to
nice
make
space
sure
to our campus.
that this space looks really nice when students and staff.
I do
first
have to
get
say
there.
the teacher parking lot behind the auditorium looks great.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
It
fabulous.
looks amazing now. On my summer letter to our staff, I said, you're not going to have to worry about swimming in those puddles back there when it rains. Because that's literally what they were doing, swimming those puddles. So it was great. Nice job on that. Any questions, anything else?
Good job.
Thank you. Good
Yeah,
luck.
We
good
will.
luck.
Thank you.
It's gonna be great.
It's going to be great.
It's gonna be fabulous, it really is. I hope you guys will come Wednesday.
You guys should have come up and said, now we heard a rumor or something, the sixth grade's coming?
What? Is that happening this year or next year? All right, thank you guys. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Thanks.
stuff.
All right, moving on to 7.1.1 is the Committee on Assignments and Action is requested to approve the committee's recommendation and staff assignments.
So based on what you just heard, we have some additional elective options. The Committee on Assignments gets together and determines essentially if teachers are credentialed to teach an elective subject in a departmentalized classroom that's not within their authorization. So, you know, in a middle school, we're not going to have a coding teacher. We're not going to have someone with an aerospace credential, probably, who would be teaching middle school. And so this committee gets together and says, we recommend that these 3 teachers, and we ensure that they're qualified to teach these 3 middle school electives.
And we've done this before.
Yeah,
on other-
right, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I know
regular.
all,
Yeah.
like, Kate's a pilot, right? I mean, so she's.
Yeah. The credentialing process is, we actually have a number of pilots who do not qualify for a credential in aviation because of the hour requirement. So the hour requirement for a teaching credential is actually much higher than the hour requirement to be a pilot, just as a side note. So, yeah, this is good.
I'll move to approve, is there a conversation? or
Yeah, no,
I'll just
that's.
Move to approve?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. 7.3.1, adoption of K through 8 English language power. Who doesn't want power?
Language power. As a result of the FPM, there's still a bit of residue from the FPM, Federal Program Monitoring. And one was our ELD curriculum didn't meet the state guidelines for an ELD curriculum. We were using at Matilaha something called language, ! And it was a intensive reading intervention program. So the auditor pointed that out and said that we had to have a true ELD program that was completely aligned with the ELD standards in the domains of speaking, listening, writing, and reading. And so we found a program, and well, we actually looked at several programs. And some were just, we talked to principals, we talked to ELD teachers, and I even asked a couple of EL students who I had a long time ago to look at it. And so we narrowed it down to this language power. And we think it will work really well because within each kit, and you can see it's a kit, within each kit, the reading level might go from a 1.1 to a 3.3 in the K2 band. So it has a lot more flexibility, and that's especially good for our district because we don't have very many English learners, and so in one group you have a wide range and you have to be able to differentiate. So I think for that reason it's a good program. And
Can I ask where, like,
Sure.
I mean, how did you find, because I went and looked at the program today, and I was looking at the 6 through 8 one.
Right.
And it just felt like the same, all that stuff we were just talking about in the vision, that it's not that. That it was just sort of this, I mean, it's not about
Very
things
scripted.
that, it's just not about things that 7th graders are, it's about, nurses and, I don't know, it just felt so dry and it felt
mean-
very babyish.
Were you
I mean, I
looking
know
at-
their reading level is low, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean their mental capacity is low. And if you treat them like babies, I don't think they're gonna be inspired to read. I mean, it should be a story about, mountain climbers and,
right.
I don't know. It just,
Well-
was there anything out there that was a little bit more?
There were other programs, but most of the other programs were way too, you'd have to have a whole group of one level to really be able to teach it well. And there were way too many words on a page, for example. In fact, when Cheryl and I looked at one, I mean, there were just way too many words on a page. It would be overwhelming. And this program has those leveled readers that you're talking about on different topics, and they do advertise that they are good for the middle schooler, or then the other band is K2, and then the the other band is a 3-5. So the kits come in a K2 band, a 3-5 band, and a 6-8. So it's just,
And to kind of echo your point, even though there's other programs out there, I don't know that I've ever seen any EL programs that speak to what you're talking about.
It's
but
a
I will-
problem across the board.
Yeah, but I will say it's a language acquisition difference because when I was a Spanish teacher, so when you teach Spanish 1, for example, you're really trying to expose them to a lot of vocabulary in a theme, right? And so, like when I would teach like the family unit and you'd be learning how to say mother and father and sister and brother, and then you're doing sentences that are around that family, I'm telling you, 9th graders don't think it's super fun. You know, like it's not like you can ask and talk about a lot of really interesting topics like philosophy when you're learning first year Spanish, right? And that's kind of what these programs are geared to. They're just really trying to expose kids to thematic vocabulary, sentence structures, and so it's not really exciting because they don't have enough language in English to talk about exciting subject matters. But you have to remember, these are meant to be like 35 minutes of their day. They're still sitting in English classes, they're still sitting in science classes, they're still sitting in history classes, and that's where we're hoping that they're still going to be exposed to that rich discussion and have opportunities for that other sort of engaging, meaningful type of stuff.
Okay. And what are the costs on this?
they're $4.99 per kit. And so we decided that in the past we've been using usually Journeys, the ELD component of Journeys, and it hasn't been well articulated from school to school, and especially from elementary school to Matilaha. So since we were going to purchase something for Matilaha anyway, we decided let's articulate that whole K-8 program so that it doesn't matter where a student goes to school. They're all getting the same program.
So but per kit, does that mean per student? Or
No,
a kit is for
one
the class?
one kit serves the K-2 students. So if you buy one kit, it's the teacher's kit.
Okay.
And then it has these.
But we would
That
need
we
one
need
per site.
8 kits. Oh, that's per site, I was thinking.
Well, because
per
a teacher at Miners Oaks with the K2 kit isn't going to share it with
Right.
the Miramani teacher or the Topeka.
Right.
We need 8 total.
Oh, there it
It
is, sorry.
said K8,
I was
so
looking
I
at
thought
this
it
one.
was per grade.
Yeah, they come in bands.
Got it.
K2, 3, 5, and 6, 8.
So in a way, we don't really have a choice because we're being
I
required
don't think so.
by-
I mean, there just isn't a lot of variety in ELD because that's what it is. It's a language acquisition program.
Sounds like we could pick something worse.
Yes.
So we do have
It
choices.
is pretty expensive. I mean, $500.
That's very typical.
And what does it consist? What's the kit consist of?
There's one in the back if you want.
30 leveled readers that are also on audio. Practice book, teacher's guide, the audio, parent tip cards, and digital resources. Oh, yeah.
It's not out of line with the cost of comparable materials.
That's the 6-8.
So, you know, this strikes me as, apropos of the next agenda item, actually, as an area that might benefit from software. You know, right now, there's all these apps, right, Babbel, and I don't know, there's another one I'm learning Gaelic with, but I'm not learning Gaelic. But, it seems like that might be is there some way to supplement this? I mean, there's a lot, it seems like there's a lot out there, and this seems like a very traditional approach.
That is a very traditional approach, and I think there probably is a lot out there, and ELD teachers could do that, but we have to keep in mind they really only have ELD about 35 minutes a day.
Right.
And so I like the fact that there are parent resources, because that's one way you can supplement. And we're also talking about using our Title III money to purchase laptops for EL students, starting in maybe 4th grade and up this year, and then maybe next year with the next allocation, the younger kids.
So that's what you're asking about. Actually, Cheryl and I was laughing because Cheryl and I have had many conversations where she says, we need this thing, and I say, where is the supplemental software that goes with this? Because learning from a book is just not matching necessarily the modalities of how our kids, now, not to say we shouldn't have books, but to say that there has to be this blended model. And we, in fact, we're talking about it for Spanish, and I was having that exact same conversation. So this is where we are at this moment, because there are other big structural issues that we have to address, including having enough laptops. We just got enough bandwidth at our sites. We just up the internet at our sites, but
That's somewhere in a future
it is
iteration.
absolutely, for everything that we do, part of the consideration that we're including the modalities in which students learn in 2019, 20, and beyond in the purchases that we make with regards to curriculum.
And then in terms of this, Marilyn, I assume that there's been success models. I mean, they have, right, when they sell you something, they said the school district has been using it and seen
Research-based.
Like, for example, San Diego Unified uses it. So that's one that I can think of off the top of my head that uses it successfully. The publisher also, it's not a big house publisher, if you know. Do you have the key?
It's over here.
Yeah,
We,
it's teacher.
We're keeping it safeguarded.
Teacher Created Materials is the publisher. And so, it's just not a big HMH, McGraw-Hill. It's not like that. It's Teacher Created Materials. So if that makes any difference.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, I just want to add, it's funny because we've been having, and you've been hearing us talk about the vision, and Jane, your point's well taken. I mean, it's sort of, with these, to coin Lori's term, incremental decisions, we build the blocks upon which our district is based. And if some of it feels clunky and uninspired, but I understand at the same time that there are realities and schools about to start, and there are limited sources of this material. So, but I have to say, it just so happens that we just had our retreat on this, so.
And I would say I am especially sensitive to ensuring that this particular student population, which I was calling in our engaged impact, our most vulnerable populations, our MVPs, that they have the best we can offer them, right? And so this is the best we have at this moment, but this is not the best that we can do for them holistically in the future. At this point in time, it's necessary for us to move forward. But it's not to say you get these materials that aren't relevant and interesting to you while everyone else gets, this meaningful and engaging curriculum. It's absolutely not where we want to go long-term with this. It's to say, this is a bridge for you to spend the time in the other classes in the meaningful and engaging and challenging curriculum, so.
To quote Argo, this is the best bad idea we have.
I don't know of a better program.
Right.
I just want to, I want to make sure, I don't think it's an awful program, and I want to clarify that. It's kind of like when kids are really struggling with reading, we use programs like Linda Mood Bell or like the Sunday System, and they look like that. They're these little kits, and they have all of these little cards, and you're going one by one through skill sets. And so this is really about getting kids over a hump, right? It is very structured, it is very clunky, it's not this engaging, enriching activity, but kids who are in good ELD programs within 2 years will fly and then be able to leave a program like that and go function in their classroom. So it's not the worst yes, we'd like to look for better, but it is actually a good program, and it is actually going to serve students in a really real way. And that is what programs look like when you're talking about foundational skills sometimes. So
yeah.
It's not as awful as we might think it looks.
No,
It's a
it
bridge.
isn't.
Yeah, it's a bridge, exactly.
No, I'm not saying it's awful at all.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to make sure that
I
point was
think
made.
you articulated it really well. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
it's not, I think we get that. I mean, there are aspects of education that in the end of the day, there aren't that many options for certain kinds of materials, so.
Right.
And I think our goal with our English learners is really to move them out of the designated ELD, which is that's what they're getting.
What that kid is,
instruction. The designated ELD into the integrated ELD, where the classroom teacher, whether it be in a content level, like social studies, science, mathematics, are teaching using strategies for all learners, including your English learners. And they're in an integrated program because they deserve to have rich discussion and rich content. So
And I
that's
have to, to argue with myself a little bit, Thane, is to say that, if you've ever taken a 7th grader and put them in a kindergarten classroom and how they love to read those lower level books, there's a little bit of that too, of that confidence building, that sense of, well, this is too young for me, but at the same time, for somebody who has trouble understanding, to say, oh, it's silly, but, and I'm getting all this information from it, so.
And while we were talking, I was thinking about the program I used to teach my kids to read, and there was nothing inspiring about it. I mean, it was just, but they learned to read.
Right. So I'll move to approve the program.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Marilyn. Moving on to online learning.
I lost my PowerPoint, didn't I?
So I'll just give a little introduction and say, this was in the parking lot issues for quite some time. I saw, in fact, when Thane and I first met and had our initial meeting, you brought this up. So I'm excited to bring this work that was actually already in place before I got here, but to bring it to you to show you where we're going in terms of looking forward as a district. Turned off on the side.
Yeah, so we wanted to share with you the 2 programs that we're excited about right now. Edgenuity came to us like in May. We heard from a rep, and we get so many rep phone calls, and I was like, okay, I'll listen to it. And at the time, I was really thinking through our math difficulties, especially in the secondary level. And when our kids need something different, some other flexible option, some other chance to try learning, what is it that we have to offer them? We don't have a lot. And so when I watched the courses in Edgenuity, I was sold that this could be an option for students. And so just a little bit about Edgenuity. It offers courses in ELA, math, science, social studies, world language, CTE, and electives, as well as advanced placement classes at the high school level. It has courses for 6th through 12th grade currently, and it has a variety of options about those courses. So you can take a full, rigorous, the courses are by semester, but you can take a whole semester course or a whole year, 2 semesters of course, and it is the entire full curriculum for the year. But you can also, there's other courses there that are for credit recovery, so you don't have to do the whole course. So if you fail Math 1, let's say, as a freshman, you can take Math 1 in Edgenuity, and the teacher who's working behind the scenes, like one of our teachers, can reduce the number of sections the student has to pass or the number of units the student has to pass. And the student takes a little bit of a placement test. So if they've shown mastery in anything, they don't have to do any of those modules or any of those units. So they're really just focusing on the stuff that they didn't master when they were in Math 1, and that gives them that credit recovery at the end of taking the course. And then there's also modules for intervention. So when we see students at the secondary level that are truly reading, 3 and 4 years below grade level, there are modules they can take to do intervention for math and ELA. The course is monitored by a credentialed teacher, so there's always somebody working behind the scenes, but you'll see in the photos in the next slide that there is a teacher in the panel most of the time talking the student through the coursework. And then there's a lot of scaffolds built in, so what I like about it, especially for our students who struggle with attention in a regular classroom, if you tuned out for 5 minutes, all you do is press the rewind button and you can hear the teacher again, right? There's built-in text-to-speech, so when there's text there, they can have it read to them. There's text translation for our EL students and many other things built in. So this is kind of what it looks like. So you're sitting in front of a screen, and usually it looks a little bit like this, where you see maybe a model of something, and then that little teacher's in the corner there. And that teacher's talking to you. It's a little recorded video, usually in about a 3 to 5 minute little episode. And they're talking you through the situation, and then immediately following, you'll do a little bit of practice. If you don't pass the practice, then it will kick you back to more information, deeper information, so that you learn the skill set, and then again, you go back into the practice. They use a lot of real-world examples, so you can see the middle screen there where they're bringing in, I think it's a Ferris wheel. So they're trying to make the content really relevant as they're talking about it. bringing in visual models all the time as they're working with the students. And then at the end of each little mini unit, kids take a quiz, and that's where a teacher on the back end is helping grade, or especially looking when it's not like a multiple choice question or something that's more of a deeper response, the teacher would grade it on the back end. And then also provide input to the student if they need some pull out. You know, the screen is not always going to serve the student's needs, so there's times when a teacher might have to work with the student on the content.
Cheryl, that's one of our teachers?
It can be, and in most cases it will be. So what we're thinking about doing, we've already piloted it this summer. We used it in a Math 2 credit retrieval course over summer, and Sean Jackson was the teacher. So the students were working at home on their own time, and he was basically behind the scenes making sure that they were making progress, checking in with them if they weren't. In the case of this school year, what we want to do is try it in a course section, a Math 3 course section. So let's say that is third period. Every day these third period kids will come and do a Math 3 course. They'll sit at Chromebooks and they will work on these modules, and then Sean is actually going to teach that course. So what he'll do is when he sees students aren't making progress, he'll pull them to a round table and work with them one-on-one, or come over and check on them, and then he'll also be doing the behind the scene things. As far as like the grading and the feedback that kids might get. He also has the ability, like I was saying with the credit retrieval, he has the ability to reduce the number of units or shorten the unit if he feels that certain content doesn't need to be covered or they don't need to, finish certain things. We still want to use it during the school year as a credit retrieval option. We saw it as a good option for students over summer. We learned over summer that students who are not independent workers, they do need a little bit more support, so it is difficult for a student who does have focus or attention issues. So we're excited to see it during the school year where we'll be more able to interact more with the student and provide that adult support if it's needed. We can and may use it for a schedule conflict. There are these times at Nordoff where a student wants to take 2 singleton courses and they're offered the same period. So this is another opportunity that we could offer a student a course in Edgenuity. And then potentially, as you know, we're going to be talking about the option of bringing in an independent study program here. And so this is a great idea for how to support the needs of students in independent study. Especially making sure that we're able to offer them rigorous curriculum. And then we often have a problem with students who go on home hospital. Right now, if a high schooler goes on home hospital, they're assigned a teacher. That teacher has to go coordinate with 6 teachers at Nordoff. Sometimes we have cases where the home hospital teachers are being asked to teach something like Math 2 or Math 3, which might be kind of out of their comfort zone as a home hospital teacher. And so Edgenuity could serve that purpose as well as offering a home hospital student that rigorous education with that teacher in the corner and those recorded videos teaching them lessons so that they can stay caught up on their subject matter, and especially if they're only going to be out for, let's say, a month, whatever unit they were going to be covering in their class, we can just hand select that unit out of Edgenuity and they could be keeping up as they're home with whatever ailment they have.
I'm curious about using it in the classroom,
Yeah.
which would suggest that this model is better than what we're doing in the classroom currently.
I don't know if we could say it is better. I think first we have to try it. And then I would say it's probably still not going to be better. It's going to be an alternative, right? I mean, I think that what we know about kids is they all don't learn in the same way. And for some students, learning in this manner might be easier for them. And then
if that's what the class is, then do you get to choose that way versus regular classroom?
Potentially down the road, this particular course is going to be offered to students who struggled in Math 2. So we're trying to see if there's an alternative for students that didn't do as well in our traditional Math 1 and our traditional Math 2.
The other thing that we can eventually do is if we have kids who want to take those advanced classes, right, beyond kind of what we're able to offer, and let's say there's an AP class that they would want to take and there's only 4 or 5 kids and we can't have a section for them, we could have a teacher assigned to a section and we could have several kids in different kind of AP classes.
Correct.
At the same time during essentially like an independent AP period, and they can have access to that advanced coursework that we wouldn't be able to provide with them otherwise given the limitations of having a small school.
So you're saying there might be like 24 kids in the classroom,
Right.
but 5 of them might be doing
Yes.
maybe this, 5
Yes.
of them might be
Yes.
this.
So it allows us options to expand learning for students.
And my son did Edgenuity, this is part of why I'm asking, but my understanding is that parents have access as well to see what, at least the version that we used, I can see if progress is being made.
That's
Is
a great
that
question, and if he used it and you could see it, I'm sure it exists. I haven't asked that question or dug in much as far as what parents can see from the program.
But if we're working on, one of our values is engaging parents as much as possible, this just provides us another opportunity to have an activity that supports our core values.
What I like about it too, especially with the parent component, is right now parents have to go find, if my child doesn't understand this concept, I'm trying to go onto Khan Academy and do a bunch of searches and find some kind of help so that I can help my child, right? And if they're working out of a program like this, then it's right there for them in a really high quality way, and the parent can be sitting next to their student and helping them with the content, especially with things like math, where a lot of parents don't remember.
And you have to know what something's called.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you go to Khan Academy, you have to know what that section is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry. No problem. So there are students right now who are signed up for Mr. Jackson's Math 3 course who presumably don't know that it's actually going to end up, if we approve this, being a flipped classroom, as you said.
I don't know what's been communicated to students as of yet.
They don't.
I know that we were discussing it back in June, and so I'm not sure how they've placed students in the course. And we are not stuck to this. This goes back to something that Tiffany was saying. If it is flopping, Mr. Jackson is quite capable of teaching Math 3 in the traditional way.
It's providing an additional tool for him to support students.
My experience with it was that there's a lack of motivation. It's really hard to get through.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a delivery service.
Yeah.
So I would almost see it as being something that you would use for the AP classes we can't offer, rather than, I can see it being used for credit retrieval, thank you. But in the classroom, I'm skeptical, I have to say.
That said, if it provides a real-time assessment of the student doing certain things, I could also see that sort of pulling along a student who would otherwise procrastinate. I was the sort of student who, if I had to do something constantly in front of me, that kept me much more focused than if I knew a week from now I'm going to take a test and I got to pay attention until then.
Right.
Well, plus you do have the weekly, you are meeting the teacher daily, whereas, Gabe was not, or somebody who's at home. It's a different thing, and that's where the parents who are choosing, if we start talking about independent study options, you have to know your child. We deal with that all the time.
This will not be a good option for 100% of kids.
Absolutely. And I would say that the challenge with the teacher is, we know in the classroom setting, not only do we have to be doing tier 1 good core instruction, but we also need to be doing tier 2. We need to be pulling kids aside and giving them that small group instruction or that one-on-one instruction. And this frees up a classroom teacher to try to do that, right? So, and again, we're going to see if it's successful or not. We don't know how it's going to go, but what I get excited about with this one and both Levered is that this allows the teacher to let the core group move forward with the curriculum as they're working in Edgenuity, and they can pull 3 kids aside and take that time that they wouldn't be able to take if they were doing that direct instruction. And so if you can get more tier 2 embedded into a classroom, which is hopefully what we can do with something like this, it could be very, very successful. And again, it's worth a shot, right? We don't know.
Well, where I'm optimistic is the real-time ability to see where a student is.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how often a teacher is going to, assess students, whether it's homework, whatever, it's still, the most you're going to do, presumably, is going to be every day by requiring a student to do some homework or some. Right. But you could see it in real time this way. I mean, presumably, you can just monitor like so-and-so's just not
hasn't made it through
Right.
this
So
unit.
I'm gonna
It's
sit
been-
down next to so-and-so.
Right.
And engage where I might not if I were in a traditional classroom.
Well, and I like the part where the parent can engage as well, because we do have a lot of parents who want to help their children, and the children come home with a book that they can't, if I, trying to teach my child Math 3 is not gonna be an easy thing to do, right? If my child comes home and can log into Edgenuity and I can watch with my child and help them through the unit, that's actually gonna help the parent access helping the child, right? I just don't think that they can do that right now at all.
Even with a book,
Yeah.
the kid will say, well, no, that's not what the teacher said.
We get to watch the teacher together.
Yep, we're
So-
watching the teacher together.
Always.
So-
That is very true.
How you do
For
it.
those parents that want to help, I think it provides that access also.
I love technology. Let's give it a try.
Uh-oh, did we lose my?
Speaking of
Was,
technology.
was there more
Okay.
on this?
So
Yeah.
the other online learning program is Levered, and our teachers, our fourth grade teachers, just participated in a 3-hour training yesterday and loved it. It's an interactive math curriculum. What's great about it is it really allows you to provide education to your wide range of students, which is always the battle. And it was designed with the teacher in mind. So there are opener activities that the teacher does with the whole class, and it is just beyond amazing. So all of the standards, if you will, are broken down in these data sets. And what it does for the teacher is it tells them where the core students are getting stuck. And then it says, these are the openers that you should use as the teacher. So you're opening with the stuff that the most students are having difficulty with, right? But then, let's say you have your advanced students and you have a small cluster of advanced students that are stuck on a level, let's say 5 units from there. What you can do is take that opener, and you might not do it whole group. You might then set your students free to work in Levered, and it's online, and they've got headphones on. But you pull that advanced group of kids, those 5 kids, and you do an opener with them where it's you as the teacher doing direct instruction. And then what's interesting is what's built into it is when kids are getting stuck on units, it'll red flag the groups of students and what they're getting stuck on, and then it will give you, the teacher, the supplemental materials. This is the hardest part for teachers, right? When we know a group of kids are struggling, then we have to go to all of our bag of tricks, right? All of those supplemental programs that we bought on Teachers Pay Teachers or all these places and go, okay, I think this might work for these kids. This program gives them to you. It says, do these activities with these kids. This is what they're getting stuck on, and this will help them get past this level. It really has thought through everything, and the data
And it
collection.
sounded also like, so you get, like, these 5 students are struggling at the same spot, like you get to
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
them grouping them together.
Right, and then the other really great piece is the way the data is showcased for the teacher is that you have all the foundational skills laid out, and then you have the critical skills, and then you have advanced skills, and then you have enrichment. So what the trainer was saying is right now what we do is, and we know this in our test scores, we get through the unit, we knew it was going to take us 3 or 4 weeks, we got through it, the kids have taken the unit test, a lot of kids didn't pass it, and we go, okay, maybe I'll spend like 1 more week on this, and maybe we do, but then at the end of 1 more week we say, we just got to move on. We've got to move on to the next level. This provides data that says, basically, do not move on until at least 80% of your classroom has gotten through the critical standards. And so you have that data in real time every day to see if they made it through those critical standards. The kids who haven't made it through the critical standard, or have made it through, they can go on to enrichment, they can go on to the advanced units, and what he was saying is they can also go back. So if you've already gone through the decimals unit and you're on to fractions, and you had kids who made it through the foundations, made it through the critical standards, made it through a little bit of the advancement, you can send them back to that unit if they're already past fractions, and send them back to decimals to do the enrichment so you're really allowing your advanced kids to really cover so much material that we just really wouldn't be able to do without this high quality online program.
And there's also a peer mentor, so kids who are
Yes,
advanced
my favorite
can,
part.
there's a little flag where they say, I'm available to be a peer mentor, and then I need help. So you're really good at math and I need help, I flag that I need help, and it doesn't first go to the teacher, it goes to a peer mentor with our advanced kids who can go back and help peer-to-peer with our kids who are
And these are all
struggling with particular-
pre-approved by the teacher, and the teacher can turn them off at any time, so if it looks like a student is being a mentor too much and not doing their own work, you can just stop them from being mentor the rest of the period, but it has a lot of really neat things built in. I would say the most exciting thing is the data that they've seen. This is the first year they have the full curriculum for 4th grade available. They only had decimals and fraction units when they were doing some pilot work in Chula Vista. And what you're seeing here is at the bottom, you're seeing all of California, 4th grade, going from the 16-17 school year to the 17-18
So this
school
is the
year.
same group of kids. That's why this is important. So these are the same group of kids in 3rd grade and then how they test in 4th grade.
And then you see Ojai, and then you see all of Chula Vista, minus the schools that piloted, and then you see the schools that piloted. And what is really interesting is a lot of times you see growth, like in California, you see the kids in the lowest band. The red band is did not meet standard, the yellow band is nearly met, and then the 2 greens are met and exceeded. You oftentimes move kids out of the did not meet into the nearly met, because a lot of our intervention is focused on those lowest end kids, right? But what ends up happening between 3rd and 4th grade is we start to lose kids out of our exceeded and out of our met, and our yellow band gets bigger, and you see this as a trend everywhere. And what Leverett has really proven that their program does is it moves all kids from every band forward, right? We are providing opportunities with a program like this for our kids who are not meeting standards to move up into the nearly met standards, the nearly met kids to move up into the met, and the met students to move up into the exceeded, because every kid has an option to move at their pace, but also to be really guided by that data. And that's the core of a PLC, right? Using that data to decide what the next step in learning is for the kid. And this really, truly has that all built into the program. Every 4th grade teacher was completely sold on this program.
It was
after yesterday's
optional
training.
for them to
It was
participate.
optional.
And
Yeah.
It's very cool and very exciting. It just sounds a little bit like we're automating our teacher.
No, this-
Actually, no.
it's the opposite,
No?
yeah.
It's the opposite. The person who's really working on this program was a teacher for 20 years, an administrator, and he says he really built it with the idea that those programs that are online programs really are not superior without the teacher being the forefront of the educational experience. And that is, the teacher is the mastermind as far as when kids move units, looking at that data, and that teacher pulling those small groups all the time to work wherever that need is, working with that teacher, that is the key to the success of the
it
program.
essentially provides guidance to the teacher
Yeah.
on direct instruction
Exactly
and
where
intervention. It doesn't necessarily provide that. And so because it's hard when you're a teacher and you do an online program, and now I'm just gonna sit here at the front of the room while my kids are doing stuff, and it's
Wait till somebody struggles.
Right, and how do you know? And
Right.
it's difficult, which is ultimately, Edgenuity has those issues. We know it has those issues. This is a model in which it's really saying, we know you as a teacher have to engage with kids in order for them to learn. And so we're providing you that with this backup of all of this data, this access to supplementary materials based on what your kids need. So it's taking that, essentially the ability to analyze real-time data and then feeding to teachers what their next steps should be.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's why they call it levered, right?
It's actually Lever Ed, but that's okay.
Actually, he was calling it Leverett in the training. I know. And I, we'll debate. It's like
That's fine.
Houghton Mifflin and Houghton Mifflin. Anyway.
All right, good.
Any
So we
questions?
buy the 4th grade,
Mhm.
and which essentially is the same cost as our
Supplemental books.
as our supplemental books would have been, and then we get the pilot of fractions for 3rd and 5th grade for free.
Yep.
Because we're part of this early intervention pilot group.
But each student needs a Chromebook.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And where are those coming from?
We are looking at our entire technology plan, and I think I sent this to you in a Friday update, but we're piloting one-to-one take-home Chromebooks for our 4th graders in anticipation of the teachers signing on to this. And so rather than buying kind of carts, we're taking those same machines and instead sending them home with 4th grade students in a one-to-one take-home device initiative so that they can have access to this.
As long as they have access to Wi-Fi.
If you do not have access to a Wi-Fi, we will provide you either with information about how to get a low-cost hotspot, or we will provide you with a district hotspot.
Great. So just to clarify, Edgenuity is a high school level,
6th through 12th grade.
multi-subject platform, and Leverett is elementary math only.
Yeah.
And actually only 4th grade full curriculum right now.
Oh,
They're
really?
expanding as a company. They have decimals and fractions for 3rd and 5th.
And they're expanding based on what they see are the highest, so that essential standards that we're talking about, what really matters for kids in the future, and it's decimals and fractions. If you don't get that, you don't get physics later, you don't get algebra later, you don't get chemistry later, because the ability to understand fractions as ratios is really critical. So they're taking out those pieces that are really the long-term essential standards and saying, all kids will learn this guaranteed curriculum.
Any other questions on that?
That sounds right to me. Do we
Look
have a
forward to next
motion
year
to
bringing you
approve?
new results.
I'll move to approve. I'm
Is
excited.
there a second?
I'll second, though I didn't know this was a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that's unanimous. Independent study.
So now that we have an online program for 6th through 12th grade.
Good thing you did it in this order.
That
It was,
took a long
it was
time.
not an accident. Cheryl actually came to me this morning and said, "Are they in the right order?" I said, "Yes." We'd like to use that option to provide additional options for our students, right? We know that there's no one path and no one solution for all students. And right now, because we're small, we have limited options. And so we're really interested in providing additional opportunities for students who need something different in 6th through 12th grade. So we're bringing to you the option to start an independent study school. We've had an independent study program in the past with varying degrees of success depending on how it was implemented. The problem that Cheryl was describing with home hospital also happened with independent study, where we would go and like knock on the teacher's door and say, "Oh, by the way, you forgot to give me 2 weeks of lesson plans for Johnny," and then, you know, maybe I throw something together, and it wasn't implemented in a way that was systematic. And now that we have this access to technology and a program that allows us to fix some of those issues that were in place, that caused it to ultimately kind of be disused.
So Tiffany talked a little bit about, you know, the need for it. Certainly we have situations where students need a flexible option, and we really want to be able to create that flexible option, lots of flexible options, and this is just one more way.
Can you actually, just ask a question, I remember when one of my kids was in elementary school, there was a young lady who had anxiety, and she was gone a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so how would that work? But when she was there, she was enjoying it. And I mean, would somebody, in terms of like our ADA, how would?
It's going to depend on the kid, but we do have kids who are on home hospital currently for social anxiety.
Yep.
And so the idea is that they either can access this, so let's say, I mean, it's really going to depend on what they need, but let's say they still want to remain enrolled in Nordoff and they're going to be out on anxiety we can use Edgenuity just as a platform, but they're still enrolled in Nordoff. But if we have a student that's like, I can never go back to that school because I am too anxious about kids or whatever makes them anxious, we can actually disenroll them from Nordoff and re-enroll them in this program. So it's individualized based on what they need.
So as we were thinking about the description, the program description and curriculum, we really wanted to make sure it was obviously flexible and individualized, which it will be. Edgenuity's online platform is what's going to allow us to have really good, rigorous curriculum and instruction for every student all the time, where we didn't really have that. It was hit or miss, it depended on the teacher, and it depended on their ability to communicate with other teachers at times to really make sure that the student was receiving what they needed. These courses will be taught by fully credentialed teachers, and our plan right now is that if you enroll in Ojai Independent, you still could enroll in courses at the traditional high schools. We're thinking 2 electives, provided that there's space in those electives for the students. They can also enroll in Ventura College and do dual enrollment classes.
So in order to get, say, band and dance. or
Yes,
something.
that's exactly right. It's things that you can't take online. Band and dance,
Yep.
choir.
And then, so what will happen is when they enroll, is they'll sit down with an administrator and talk about their goals. We would encourage every student to take 6 courses per semester like they would normally do if they were at Matilaha or Nordoff, but the path for doing that can be very different. So if I'm a student who, you know, really struggles with math, I might want to do my just focus on my math course for the first 3 or 4 weeks and just get that over with so that I can be done with math. And then maybe I take English, history, and science for the remainder of the semester. Or maybe I do 2 courses first and then 2 more courses while I'm taking a course at BC and in dance at Nordhoff. So it's really going to be a matter of sitting down with the administrator at the beginning of the year, that will be Becky, and saying, you know, here's my plan, here's the 6 courses I'd like to take. This is the different puzzle pieces of how and when I want to take them as I go through as I progress through the semester. And students in an independent study.
just like giddy?
Oh, I'm loving this. This is great.
Good.
How many years yeah.
So if you wanted to, if Nordhoff didn't offer a course and you wanted to do it on Ingenuity.
That's a
would you-
possibility.
But
So-
you're not enrolled in this program. So
You
that's
wouldn't be
the piece I want to be
independent
clear
study.
about, right? So
You'd be a Nordhoff student.
yes, if you're a Nordhoff student, you can use Edgenuity without enrolling. So this is essentially a school. You're disenrolled from Mantillaha or Nordhoff or Chaparral, and you are taking this as a school for your entire program of study. You can also, because we're all about options, you can also use Edgenuity in your regular homeschool just as a supplementary piece, and we just schedule you into a course, depending on what that looks like
Does
and what
it
your needs
cost
are.
us for each
Yes.
student enrolled?
Yes.
So any student who was already doing 6 classes but wanted to add another one, would we do that?
Yeah, well, so not exactly, because there are licenses, but it's sold by concurrent licenses. So that means that if I have 30 licenses, it just means only 30 students can be on at the same time. They don't kick you off. Edgenuity doesn't kick anybody off, but they track it. So if they end up tracking that we have more like 40 students on, they're going to call us and say you need to buy 10 more licenses. But what my point is if you have a student who's enrolled in 5 classes at Nordhoff and taking 1 Ingenuity class, one course is not the equivalent of 1 license, because that student is not likely to be on at the same time as other students, right? Because there's going to be variability there. And they track all that on the back end, and then they tell us how many concurrent licenses we were really averaging.
Well, I was thinking I've had a handful of kids say, I don't want to take Spanish, I wanted to take sign language. Could they decide,
Yes.
I don't want to
Those
take
are the kind of
Spanish?
conversations we can have, yeah.
And are we letting those kids who were enrolled in French classes last year, who then we kind of cut off that program, know that they could finish the 3 years of French that they wanted to do originally this
So
way?
that's the part where I don't know, we'll have to talk about how far we want to expand. I still see this as, moving into sort of piloting phases. We still need to talk about who is the teacher on the back end doing these things, who's doing the workload. But the answer really is yes. I mean, we can do these things, so we just need to figure out how to do it.
Very good. Starting with the yes.
Yes,
and then
right.
working
Let's figure
to
out
the-
how.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good model. I have one criticism. Can we come up with a cooler name than Ojai Independent School?
No. I don't know, can you?
Maybe I think we can.
I would actually tell you, Oxnard Union has the same, actually most, Ventura's starting a similar program. They are all having this similar program. Oxnard Union has one, we were talking about this, their logo is a little troll, like with the computer. They're the Oxnard trolls. So we are taking a more traditional approach here, but.
At some point, I mean, what school did you graduate from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we giving diplomas out for
Yes.
independent school?
Yes. And we want to talk about getting WASC accredited as well. So we do want to make sure that people know that there is a profile of a student who is successful in an independent study program. It is independent study, right? So there is definitely an expectation that the student can work independently, is self-motivated, has good time management skills, and if there are issues around a student not having those things, we would really need to problem solve for them to be able to be successful in an independent study program. So it's important that parents understand when we're talking about flexibility and alternative options, this isn't necessarily for every student. Not every student is going to be successful in an independent study program.
So if you're failing your classes at Nordhoff, enrolling in Ojai Independent isn't magically going to potentially solve all of your problems. There are other things that we would want to work for. And that initial assessment is really the family sitting down with Becky and Becky saying, are you sure you want to do this?
Right.
And Becky will then be the principal of independent and chaperone.
Yes, but no longer be teaching.
So when someone goes into Ojai Independent, and it turns out that despite our best screening and planning, they're not succeeding, this is structurally not compatible, do we have a process to
Yep, they can re-enroll in
mandate
Nordhoff.
movement, or
They can
is it
re-enroll.
voluntary?
No, if you're not successful, I mean, it's just like students that we have anywhere who aren't being successful, right? We can continue to work on improvement plans. You could re-enroll in your home school if that's necessary. Chaparral may be an option, or it may be that, you know, we don't have a program that serves your needs at this point.
Right, so is that, I mean, we're not there yet, obviously, but I mean, do we anticipate that that would be a guided decision or a district decision?
Yeah, we talked about how if we see that you're not making progress, you know, what are the benchmarks? So if we see that you haven't logged on in a week, it's a call from Becky. If we see that you haven't logged on in 7 days, it's a, you must come in and meet with us. If we see that you had, so there are a series of benchmarks and correlating actions on our part that eventually lead to, hey, you haven't logged in 2 weeks. This is not gonna work for you. So let's find another option.
It's like cyber truancy. Right?
Yes,
I mean,
right,
it's-
essentially,
it's
yes.
like new concepts for a new world, right?
Mhm.
Well, it actually is cyber truancy.
Yeah.
Because attendance for a student on independent study is based on work completion. So each week, the student would have assignments for you. This is the expected work based on our agreement. This is what you're gonna be working on. Let's say they get 20% of that work done. They get credited with 1 out of 5 days attendance. So it actually is cyber
Yeah.
truancy.
Well, I love the focus on the work, you know, because we so often in school environments, you know, almost penalize or resist somebody found a way to figure out how to, and it's like, that's great. You found out a way to do it.
Yeah.
Good.
You could actually graduate early in this
Right.
program. If
Yeah.
you were very dedicated, you could get out of
Yeah.
high school in a very quick time frame if that was important to you.
Instead of the Rangers, they could be the Lone Rangers.
Well, let's keep trying on that.
Anyway, the idea is that it will be rigorous. There will be 25 to 30 hours a week. We want them to come in once a week for appointments. That'll be with Becky. And then there will be additional lab hours of those students who are struggling, because there will inevitably be some students who struggle, maybe in a subject matter here or there, or several. And so there'll be more opportunities than just once a week to come in and be face-to-face with somebody like Becky to sit down and help get the student through the stuff.
And this
through the
is all
material.
through Edgenuity.
Right
And
now.
Edgenuity is A to G compatible,
Mhm.
or
Yep.
Compliant.
meets compliant, thank you.
Yep,
Um,
and AP, they have AP as well.
So how does because I thought to be A to G, the science classes have to
Mhm.
have labs.
Yeah, we talked about lab sciences,
Okay.
so we have options for lab science. You can go to Nordhoff for lab science. We can talk about that. You can co-enroll in with Ventura College.
Right.
There's a third option, which I don't remember.
Well, science,
right now,
Well,
Becky's
so-
a science teacher.
Yeah,
So
right.
a third option that we talked about was I could, depending on what students were enrolled in what science classes they're taking, have weekly labs that are set up, times that the students can come in and commit to the labs.
That would be great. And these students can participate in sports at Nordhoff,
Right.
correct?
And Matilla.
And Matillaha.
Unlike a continuation high school.
Yeah.
They can.
And so
And
that was gonna be
dances,
my next
and-
question is what's the differentiation?
The state says that students at continuation high school, well, CIF says that students at continuation high schools may not participate in CIF.
So it's a CIF rule, we can't do anything about it. I didn't realize that.
So I talked a little bit about the schedule and how it might be different for each student. And basically, we're hoping to get 5 or 10 students to enroll this year. Becky will be the administrator, as well as a teacher working behind the scenes in Ingenuity, tracking the students' progress and helping provide feedback. We would use this site as the meeting place for lab hours and once a week visits. And then our goal is to work with WASC right away to have them come out for a spring visit. We need to have at least 5 students to have WASC
Yeah, 5 full-time
come out. But if we we'd like to become accredited by the end of the year, if we can.
out of curiosity, how long has this been percolating? Who's been driving this?
A phone call from a parent?
Yeah, it's a phone
2 weeks
call
ago?
from a parent 2 weeks ago.
It's really great.
Actually, Edgenuity, I think, is the tool that's gonna allow us to offer.
We already had the
It's always been
structure,
in the
but
background.
we had a parent call who had put some number of previous kids through independent study, and then the last 2 years, we said, no independent study, we're not doing it, and so I'm new, so she called me and said, previously, we've been told, no, not possible,
And her
not an
answer was
option.
yes.
And I said, well, I don't know why we don't do it, but let me see why we don't do it. We started having this conversation and said, I absolutely think we can serve this parent who wants to bring her kid back to the district, who's currently in a unnamed other competing place. And then in talking to that, and then like talking to Angie, talking to parents at our events, it seems like there's actually quite a bit of appetite in the community for this kind of alternative program, and that people leave our district because we only have one option for them at middle school. And
Makes
so
sense, I think, yeah, I can see Ojai being.
How do you get the word out if we pass this?
we full campaign, and I mean, we actually don't want 40 kids enrolled tomorrow. we really want like 5 to 10 kids, but I also, we've talked to the principals, we talked to Javi and we talked to Carol and we talked to Nordhoff, and they were saying, oh, so we don't have to refer kids to Valley Oak Charter? Like, no, you do not have to refer kids to Valley Oak Charter anymore. We have our own option here. So I think a lot of this will actually be internal referrals as we work with our sites, and they say, we have this kid that we notice just isn't quite making it here, isn't thriving, and we'd like you to talk to the family about if this would be a good option for them.
And there are currently 7 waiting to hear what the results are here.
Okay, good.
7. And so, at what point is this cost effective?
At 2. but because essentially we're pulling Becky out of the classroom, right? So it's actually, I think, 3 kids with the ADA gives us, and then at some point if we get 10, then we have to think about adding another teacher, because that becomes not possible for Becky to do all of that. But we have some home hospital programs. There are some other places that we could potentially pull from and do some have some teachers who are doing co-assignments.
Well, it's not gonna be full-time, I mean, the teacher's obviously not gonna be engaged remotely,
right.
like a,
Yeah.
I don't wanna use the term regular,
Yeah.
but regular teacher.
So there's some ideas that we can have around flexibility for that. And, we currently do that with home hospital. We find teachers who kind of teach in this. It's a very similar model. It's just now we have all the support and we have this structure, and you don't have to unenroll from school.
I'm excited.
Well, I like this. I think it's, it's evidence of what we've been talking about, of us morphing to meet our students' needs rather than them having to morph to meet what we want. So I like this.
Great. Is there a motion to approve?
Oh, Thane, you should be the one.
All right, I will move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. All right, 7.4.1, designation of representative to Ventura County Schools Self-Funding Authority.
You've seen this before.
This could actually have been on the
I'll second.
consent, but
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Measure J update.
Finally.
It's all done. We're done.
The good news is we're still standing, so. Yeah, it's been a busy summer, but we are still, again, still here. So, as Javi said, until gym is a little bit behind, the locker rooms, I should say. The gym is freshly painted. The roll forming for the metal roof actually starts tomorrow. It's being delivered late tonight. So I encourage you all to go out there Friday and watch it. It'll be kind of neat. So they're going to stack all the metal panels up on the roof and get it ready so that the gym will still be usable for the first day of school while they're finishing up the metal panels. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. The rest of the stuff, as you can see, we are wrapping up a lot of the stuff. The Miners Oaks painting, the Topa Topa painting, they're down to the punch list items. Actually, Alan gave the final blessing on Topa Topa painting today. So that's great. Miners Oaks, we have a few things that we'll tackle, but we're getting there. Miramonte ground units are done. Miners, all the roofing, we are doing a walk tomorrow morning to establish just punch list items.
Except for the CDR, or
Except for what?
the CDR.
No, CDR included.
Oh, really?
Yes. The only one that will probably be slightly more than punch list items is San Antonio. And they are actually they're probably going to be working through the weekend just to knock that out. It's just taking a little bit longer with the tiles.
I've been watching them.
You've been watching
as I
them?
drive by
Yeah,
me too.
Gorham, and actually they made a lot of progress today. I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of I mean, you can tell they have to stage because it's so steep.
Yeah.
That a lot of it was just staging for it, but now they're cranking pretty good.
Yeah, and the west side, the Carn Road side, is a little trickier because there is on the back side there's a little platform where they could stack all the tiles. On this side, it is just like you said, it's just staging. They're handing up tiles as they go, but it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Yeah.
So all the other roofs are punch list items that, again, like I said, we will actually walk tomorrow and knock that out. Topa Topa gutters will be installed next week. They brought the wrong color gutters today, but no big deal. It's not affecting the roof. The Matilaha paving, as Javi said, is the front section of the staff lot had a slurry, and it'll be restriped probably Friday, and then it'll be done. So
What
they're
about
painting.
the,
Miramonte.
yeah, Miramonte Playground?
So Miramonte Playground, they paved today.
Wow.
And after watching what they did, and I mean, they essentially took a massive rototiller and, rototilled in the concrete mix after they'd already excavated the dirt, like we talked about. They did that on a Friday. On Monday morning, we went out there with Ojai Sanitation. Ojai Sanitation was nice enough to come out, and they took the big vacuum truck and they cleared all of our drains while they were open. And they drove an 80,000-pound truck across that playground, and it didn't budge at all. To the point where, I mean, before that, one of us would walk across it, and it was like this. So it was pretty impressive.
Is that
to say the
Palmer?
least.
Palmer brought
Yeah.
his stuff out?
Yeah, his team brought it out.
He's a good dude.
So it was nice. They were fantastic. They spent a day and a half at Miramonte just cleaning the drains for us. So
I remember this is Jeff Palmer.
Yeah.
And he was on one of our committees. I can't remember.
he was on the COC committee.
At some point, yeah, he was talking about something, and Chuck was like, somebody goes, "Oh, I'll bring some. I'll help you
Yeah,
out."
yeah. Chuck was gracious enough and set it up actually, and Jeff was fantastic. They actually cameraed the line, so we know now, down in the future where we need to put a manhole, that'll make the whole cleaning out process even easier. So they were great.
Cool.
So yes, it will be done. They paved today. They will start striping it tomorrow or Friday, and we gave them the plan, and it's going to be nice. The drainage is fantastic on it. They even did a bunch of grading up on the field to help funnel water down the field a little bit better and keep it off of the new asphalt. So we put in a new sleeve for Chuck to make sure in the future we can run conduit underneath it. So there were a few extras that Quality Paving was able to just give us. So it was nice.
We should keep a record of that,
Yeah.
the extras.
Yeah, they've been great. Quality Paving. Nordoff track is done. Hopefully you all have been out there running laps. Yeah, definitely.
I've been waiting to hear from you.
Yeah,
We did a Facebook post on that, and we did have somebody say, the grass looks terrible. We had to turn off the water while we were doing the track.
Correct.
So the grass does look terrible from our picture, but the picture was about the track. But now we've turned the grass a little stressed, but we're turning the water back on, and so the grass will green up. We didn't kill the grass.
Right.
Taking a
We
little
had about
hiatus.
10 days where we had to
Yeah.
not water due to the track stuff.
Use the track, and I just ate a bunch of carbs.
Yeah, exactly. The quad, if anybody's been there for any events at Nordoff recently, is demoed and currently being reconstructed. So they are going at light speed as well.
I had somebody come to me concerned about the exposed roots on the trees that are there. Are we?
Alan can speak to that actually.
There are 2 oak trees that we're saving. There's literally a hole this big that has some 2-inch roots exposed that we covered up. But
And
everything
they
else-
have been covered?
I mean, it's minimal. We were surprised when we took down the seat walls around the 2 trees. We thought there'd be roots that we see by then. The
We've
roots
ac-
go down, they
yeah.
don't go out like some trees do. The roots are going down.
We've actually had Trico, the arborist, the district arborist that we've been using. They've been out there checking everything a few times to make sure the oaks aren't stressed, everything's
And
good.
we're watering, we're soaking them about once a week, per the arborist's
Yeah.
recommendation. We're soaking those trees like all day long for a week.
You want to touch on the drain line that we rerouted as well?
Yeah, we rerouted a drain line, that will come in as a small extra, but we rerouted drain lines to stay away from the roots of those trees, because we just had to get water, storm water to the drain. We didn't have to go right through the middle where all the roots were.
Yeah.
So we took an angle to save that.
So yeah, the 2 oaks are being well tended to, that's for sure.
Great. Thank you.
No problem. Other than that, they're moving at an amazing pace. So Dave Munson was excited after he got over a shock of seeing the quad area. He was excited about the process. So
What will be someday?
yeah.
The drain line should be starting to cover up this weekend. We're starting to put in the seat walls and the boulders. We selected 38 boulders today. It's put them I think the quarry with the landscape architect.
Wow.
With the contractor, we selected and marked boulders, so we know what's going on.
Well, it's coming along nicely. And the building portion, the library portion, we actually have out to bid right now, as well as the Matilaha kitchen. They are both open, and we have the job walk for the pre-bid walk actually tomorrow morning for the kitchen, and the following week we have it for the library. So with a tentative, assuming the bids come back within budget, everything looks good. In both bid packages, we have a November 1st start date for both projects. With the anticipation of both of those being done, I think we have 273 days. That puts it at about July 15th, which the kitchen is still doable. It's going to be a push, but it's still doable. The library should be more than enough time. So,
Even if it rains?
yes. Yep.
I'm just asking theoretical questions.
Also, on those subject, the things that we have going on, we've got several that are involving our DSA project inspector. He's been helping us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Frank from California Code has been, he's been fantastic.
Awesome.
So, the San Antonio parking lot, we're moving along. We finally got the last topo survey, and we've already actually started working with R&T on some kitchen designs for next summer to upgrade the rest of the kitchens across the district for next summer. So, and we have a whole list of projects already for November, December, spring break, and summer. I will say the Miramonte parking lot, the staff lot, as well as the bus drop and the drop zone will probably be pushed until November. So we have a little more time. We have a whole week for them to slurry it and properly clean it, as opposed to us really trying to push it right now.
We decided not to repave, not to slurry, right at the start of school in the middle of parent drop-off and
Yeah.
pickup. We decided that wasn't a good idea. So
Right.
we're gonna wait till we have some time off when
Yeah.
there's not daily parent drop-off.
Exactly.
And what
So-
about Summit? I mean, are we looking now at their?
Summit, we actually have a job walk next week for the roofing, a pre-bid walk, I should say. We already walked it, we inspected it, and the main building is actually in very good shape. The 2 modulars do need a full replacement, to be honest with you. And so we've already sent the bid package out, and the architects are working on the actual plans, but we're gonna go ahead and do the pre-bid walk next week. So that should come before you guys at the September meeting for approval. And we've already talked to Jim Bailey in regards to doing the work, And obviously, he's very excited and has no problems moving his programming into another room or vacating both rooms while we do the whole thing.
So how many units, I mean, this is another conversation another time, but, you know, let's say there's 6 classrooms up there, you know, or we just removed 2 classrooms from Topa Topa, so what was the
It's the
cost?
2 modular buildings that would be done.
Right, I mean, is there any discussion to removing
I think
2
it's 4
units at the
classrooms, yeah.
summit? Do we need all
We
6?
can come back with we can do a little research and come back to you with that.
Maybe
So,
when
yeah.
we get the bid.
Yeah.
We did pave that lot where we removed those two classrooms, that got paved.
Yeah.
I don't know how good of shape those classrooms were. I mean, we'll do some
Yeah.
research and see what, you know.
Well, I mean, compared to Topa Topa, the age of the ones, and the ones we removed last year from
Miners Oaks.
Miners Oaks. Let's compare the ages,
Yeah.
and, because all the schools are downsizing, it's not unusual for us to remove, this isn't a first time.
Right.
But our current license with Jim is for, yeah, so I'll bring back to you some options.
Okay.
Yeah, the hole at Topo where we took out in the classrooms, we did pay for that.
I
So
heard
that's
the
done.
playground looks huge now.
It does, it looks massive. There's this open space. So, and then we are meeting with a couple contractors up at Summit to establish a scope of work for the parking lot and the playground as well. But the first one was obviously the roofs, considering we're heading into winter. It doesn't feel like it, but it'll be here before we know it. And so will your rain thing.
We're hoping for
Yeah.
it. All right, thank you very much.
problem.
Are there questions or comments about the 4 items?
I'm wondering why they're broken up, but it's just because they're different items.
Yeah.
And that thing, the cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah.
Ching,
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate breaking it up, actually, you know, I mean,
Uh-huh.
we want to see exactly, I mean, we hate change orders.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
the ceiling joists.
As do we. But yeah, I mean, the doors to the gym, Alan can speak to better, he's been living it, but it was one of those things where we go to measure and we're like, of course.
Supposed to have 6'5", you can only get 6'4.5".
Yeah.
No, those doors are
Naturally.
old and awesome.
So, yeah.
And do you get a chance to drive by the preschool?
I did today. Yeah, it looks a lot better, even though it's not finished.
It is not finished.
It looks better than it
It
did.
is white with a kind of bright red trim, so it's kind of
Which one is this?
probably a place to
Yeah,
grow,
Place
which
to
is
Grow.
right back here in the corner, and it looks
Or even all
not
taped up, it looks
abandoned.
better.
Yeah, and so we turned the water on, working on some signage for that, but the idea is that looks like a school site where we have our
It
children.
really pops off the corner now, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's got
So,
this
which is great.
kind of primary color trim, so it looks preschooly.
We just need a little grass or landscaping.
We will have
Yeah.
green, it won't be grass, it might be weeds, but we will have green in front of the school, and we will be working on a long-term solution, but it's kind of pending what happens with the property. So we're doing minimally what we can do to make it a facility in which it's acceptable for students to be there and attractive to parents.
Yes, we have a couple of designers looking at ideas for us.
Yeah.
On how to do that, and we're looking at, we've got bids out right now for rooms 5 through 10 to do this one.
All right, if
I
there's.
wanted to just say thank you for sending pictures. I found it really helpful, because I couldn't figure out what awnings were at Mataha. I was really
Yeah,
struggling.
we'll try to
with
do
what
that
colors.
on all of them in the future, actually. That way you guys have a little more info
I
to get
asked
going.
for it, you wanna see? Because I couldn't figure out what we were talking about.
Tiffany, are we?
The doors,
probably
and I didn't.
Pretty soon have an
Now that
action
I see
item
it,
on
I'm like, oh,
on
those awnings.
the final bond issuance?
Yes, we are actually doing the legal work right now. The good news is that interest rates are the second lowest they've been in history.
Inverted yield curve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is an excellent time to be doing that. So we will actually be bringing a resolution to you for approval at the September 11th meeting. So we can take
Are we
advantage of
still
that.
working
and-
with, what's his name?
John Isom?
Isom?
And so, some of our initial construction delays, we feel like we'll be able to mitigate that with our new super low interest rates and, all right.
So I'll move to approve 7.4.3 through 6.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Moving to, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Very much.
Thank you.
7.5.1, the grand jury response. Any comments, or do we have a motion to approve?
I would just say there's a small change. We had a date error that was said 2000.
Oh, right.
On
Something.
page 4.
Yes, on page 4. It said 2018/2020, and it should be,
1819.
yeah, 1819. So just a small change there.
With that change,
I'll move to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. First reading of the recommended board policies.
Can we put this to another time?
Yeah, if you wanna.
Actually,
I have one, I'm sorry, on the grand jury. We're late, right, responding? I just wonder if there should be some, like, we apologize for.
Yeah, we
cover letter?
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
cover letter, there will be a, hi, just started, this was due, unaware that it was due when
Fair
they started.
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
if there's a consensus, I'm happy to move the board policy reading to the next meeting.
I'm for it.
I don't.
I didn't finish anyway, so I only got
Yeah.
about half of it.
Well, and just so you can look ahead with excitement, about half of them, I'm gonna suggest we just ignore.
I noticed, I was like,
Yeah.
optional thing's gonna bring that up.
Right.
Kathy told me.
All right, on to the superintendent's
All
report.
right, I will be very quick in terms of time, and I'll just say, we are so excited for school to start next week. We are all working kind of maximum capacity. We have put a lot of people, we had that little bit of money that came at the end of, or this year from the refund from our workers' comp, I think it was. And we are using that to get our facilities as great as they can be for the start of school. So we have some extra people that we've been utilizing because we haven't done that for a while. And it's impossible to get a classroom, to get the school ready if you can't even get it up to kind of baseline. So we are working really hard to get grounds, classrooms. I get emails from teachers daily saying, oh my gosh, in 21 years, I've never had my classroom look so clean. It feels so good for me mentally and my health. And so just that little bit of extra person power to do that has been where we chose to kind of put our efforts. We've been doing site walks at every school to walk around and say, I think we should trim that bush, I think we should paint that curb, I think, all those kinds of things, walking through drop-off and pickup procedures to see if there's additional signage that we need to alleviate frustration, since we know that's one of our biggest pain points. Do we need crosswalks? Do we need whatever that looks like so that we can make sure that that goes as smooth as possible? Communicating out to parents through Parent Square, drop-off, pickup procedures in small chunks so that they can say, this is what I'm supposed to do, so that everybody knows what they're supposed to do on the first day, reinforcing that with people out there in front. Rolled out Parent Square communication tool. We can see who is unreachable. And so we have our office managers at each site saying, you are unreachable. We didn't have an email, or it bounced back, or we didn't have a phone, or whatever. They're reaching out to make sure that we connect with those so that we have 100% reachable parents by the time that school starts.
How have we rolled that out, Parent Square?
So one, you're automatically in the system. So you get an email if we have your email in our queue system. So we first rolled it out with an email to staff so that staff could create their accounts, they could know what was happening. Our principals all went to a training last week. We rolled it out with an email to parents, then following up with parents who didn't get that email.
I don't think I've gotten it.
Social media.
Did you get anything from me?
What would it look like?
You should have gotten a post from me, first of all. In fact, Osla wrote back a thumbs up. So maybe you're...
Does it only go to one parent?
No, it should go to both, so we would want to make sure that you're listed in the primary contact area.
Maybe we don't have your email.
And that your phone number and email are there so that you get it.
Yeah, so you set up your account, you can say, I want texts, I want emails, I want phone calls, I want text in Spanish, I want Chinese, I want whatever. So you get them regardless of whether you sign up, but you just get the email in English. The sign up is to say, set your preferences and so forth and so on. So we are.
Do we have an email going out to step by step take people people through to, so that
Yeah, and
they know how to set their preferences?
Yeah, so the great thing about Parent Square is it's got super, super good help. So if you click the little help button, they help you like right now. They have lots of tutorials, and then if you actually need help, they'll send you an email. They are our first customer service support for the rollout because that's what they do, right?
Did you get yours?
I didn't figure out how to set my
And-
Where does the email come from?
And well, I sent an email.
So it will come
Well,
from you?
I've
So, yeah,
got
in
one
your-
from Amy Zuniga, one from Cheryl, one from Dave, one from Javier, and then it says Parent Square after it.
Yeah.
So like I'm a parent, so my own email came to me in my email, and it's in my personal email, and it said Cheryl Knox through Parent Square sends you an email.
Yeah.
But Kevin, you also don't need the email to sign up. You can download Parent Square, you can sign in with your email, and then.
No, I'm more interested in just seeing how our
Yeah.
rollout's
Rollout.
going as a
So
person
all
who
I
should
know is
get it.
Osla got it because you can immediately respond back to that. I had several parents
Hmm.
email or texting me back through Parent Square saying, "How do I do this?" or "How come one of my children is not on the list?" And it turns out I looked them up and they were a stepchild, and that parent wasn't listed as a primary contact. You have to be a primary contact to be on the list.
So the great thing about this rollout is it allows us to make sure we have current, accurate contact information because we
Yeah.
can see on our end that you don't, we didn't get to you. Now, that
Right.
doesn't mean we can see if one parent got something and another parent, but if you just contact us with those questions, right? We had some Facebook questions like, I know a parent who didn't get an email, then we say, contact your office manager.
Correct.
And it helps us to make sure that we have, so for the first time, we have a verification method to ensure that we have all of these.
Right.
Is it based on child, like like if this child had a contact number versus we just tried all the emails we had?
Does the district have like
you
a,
can see a printout.
a file on each
When you sign up
parent?
in Q, or when your kid enrolls, you fill out contact information. Now, if your kid enrolls in kindergarten, and you may or may, and then we update that, we have to like hand update that in the system every year, which may happen. Or you may, maybe you change your contact information mid-year, and we don't know that because you filled out your parent forms at the beginning of the school year. So,
But maybe you were entered as an emergency contact, for
Right.
example,
Yeah, so
Kevin, and
I'm not
Osla
on.
is the primary contact, and unless you're listed in that primary contact realm, you're not gonna get, so we have to check with, office manager, that's what
Yeah.
every parent should do who's not getting stuff, they should check in with their office manager so that your information
Yeah.
is in the system correctly.
But I also thought you were suggesting that if we have your email, regardless of whether you're emergency or not, we send them that.
No, it's only the
it
primary
maybe
contact.
just be your
Okay.
primary. So, yeah, I mean, whoever the kid's primary contact information is. But if you're like a secondary person.
So maybe that information also needs to go out.
Yeah, we can do that. We are also sending out an email, a notification, posting on Facebook that all schools are closed on Monday because we have all staff day. And so we know that's a little, as a parent, I'm going to knock on the door on Monday because school starts on Wednesday and nobody's there. So we'll have nice office signs. We'll be telling people in advance. We know there will be some people who will still be irritated. But it's important to have that all staff day be all staff so we can go over your new vision, implementation, customer service training, all of that kind of stuff, and to have that day together. In the future, we can think about how that day looks, but we're pulling this day together after kind of we'd set all the calendars. So we will do our best to communicate that, but a heads up that's it.
And then when
I
are
just
the school actually, like, the staff meetings at school? I remember we had a conversation when we were working out days, work days versus vacation day. Or is that
So there's no staff meetings on Tuesday, that is the teacher work day, and that was something that we had to talk about, making sure that we didn't take
That's
staff.
what I wanted to.
But they have the afternoon for their staff, so I'm doing the morning, first 2 hours.
No, I meant like the on-site, like each principal meeting with their teachers.
The afternoon on Monday.
Most of them.
Most of them. So some of them have toolbox training, but if they don't
That's
have
it.
toolbox training, the rest of them have staff meetings. So we are just doing the morning. Certificated goes to either toolbox or school meeting. Classified goes to customer service training.
Can I ask a question? Parent Square, if it says text, if a parent says text, do I have to use my personal phone to
No.
text, or does it just go?
Through your Parent Square post.
Yeah, so you
Love it.
post
Okay,
whatever you
that's
want and
what
it
I
goes
love.
to,
Thank you.
or it calls,
Yeah.
right, in their little robot voice.
Great, I just haven't done, I
Yeah.
haven't
Yeah.
been trained yet.
We're gonna train you.
Yeah, so Robin Munson is our point of contact for the Parent Square rollout, not in terms of actual tech support, like she's not setting up accounts, but she is our contact. So she'll be going out to the schools to train the teachers and kind of troubleshooting. So she's been sending pretty much daily messages to principals about here are some things I've learned about how to best use that. Our PTOs have been asking about using it because it's a great way for them to contact, to have groups, our coaches for contacting groups of people. You can collect money through it. So she's been working on all of those implementation pieces and communicating that out, so. Last thing, we met with our classified and certificated units today to go over the 2 waivers as part of the necessary steps towards moving towards that state board waiver. So thank you, Chuck and Angie, for meeting with that. So we have their support for our State Board of Education waiver for both the lease to have an RFP process for this property, and then also for the district elections to not hold an election, but rather to kind of follow the natural cycle election. So we are, we now,
The district election?
for the, moving to the trustee area
Oh,
elections,
right.
that's part of the process. So now we have to meet with ELAC, DLAC, post things, et cetera, but we have one step of that process completed.
But how about, aren't we also asking for the waiver for Summit?
I meant Summit. The district office waiver's already
You've
done.
done the district
Yeah,
office
sorry.
waiver.
Attention to detail stopped at 9. Yeah. So, that's it.
Great. Any board member reports or items for future agendas?
I'm excited to hear what people say when they come on campus.
Yeah.
All these changes, paid jobs and things like that.
There's some big changes. Yeah, it's
There's
exciting.
lots of incremental changes.
That look like very
Those
nice.
two.
Take a look at it.
Yeah. Great.
Yes.
All right, then moving to the consent calendar, is there a motion to approve? Any questions, comments?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, we will adjourn until next time.